not seeing pretty visions, he's seeing monsters. He's losing his mind and
Howdy. Oh shit, still missing there. There we go. What's this? Uh-oh. There we go. Looking a little off. There we go. Alright. Happy Tuesday, guys. Welcome in. I had a late night last night. We had a Jamtown Synthon going long to the break of dawn, and I'm a little bit tired. I got enough sleep, but I would have loved more. I'm trying to get this Roland logo, this old school Roland logo. They don't make them like that anymore. Happy Tuesday, guys. So today's might be a little interesting. I don't know. We did Jamtown. We did Synthon more specifically last night, and then the day before that, we did Squizfest. 2 musical streams back to back. No days off yet. Yeah. God, I really don't have any days off until Monday. Oh, no, not Monday, because I'm going to go work on Pinball Machine. It'll be a couple of days. Anyways, it's no big deal. Let's get this dab rolling before I let it sit too long, and then I just forgot it. One cool thing, so we streamed last night, and we got on, I think it was like 10, I think it was 11 o'clock when I started streaming. Hey, Baloo, good to see you. And, does this start already? No, it's still pulsing. And, oh, here we go. we so we streamed and whatnot. It was pretty straightforward. And then we got a really cool raid. We got raided from none other than Liz Vega. I don't know if you've ever heard of her, seen her stream before. She usually is in the evening hours, which is why our ships rarely ever cross, because she's always streaming pretty late in the evening. And she just, in fact, Mr. X actually sent me the video. He went and watched the tail end of the stream when she went and decided to raid us. But yeah, she pulled us up and was like, "This looks cool. This looks neat." It's one of those really nice, like, makes you feel all goody kind of thing when you do stuff like this, you know, and someone like doesn't know, you know, they're just like, "Oh, this looks really cool," and they're all hyped about it, and it's not for your benefit. So it really made me happy, really tickled me pink that she looked, you know, she genuinely looked like it was really interesting to her. Hopefully, I did extend an invitation. I said, "Oh yeah, you know, definitely come into the channel. I'd be more than, you know, this is what we're all doing. You just hang out, and we can go hunting for some cool projects, all that good stuff." So it was really cool. It was really cool, and her stream does really well for it. She usually averages around anywhere from 200 to 300, sometimes a little bit more than that, like upwards of 400 views. So she came in with a raid of around 230 something people. Really cool, really cool. We haven't had a big boy raid in a while, so it was really nice. Yeah, went really well. I kind of went over what we do, what we're all about, and I'd say a good chunk of the audience that was chatting when they first came in, you know, the people that were awake, you know, not just lurking and chilling in the background, looked very engaged, looked very interested in what we're doing. So hopefully we'll see them again in the next week or so. Hey, thank you very much for giving her the shout out. Yeah, and definitely go check out her music. I'm a big longtime fan of her stream. I've been following her stream for at least a couple of years, and I've never really chatted in the stream. I always just listen. She's a musician. She plays a little bit of the harp and a little bit of the guitar. She has a very basic setup of just a little tinge of reverb on everything, which I enjoy a lot of the time when you have that kind of setup on stream. And she just plays a lot of songs, sometimes original material, sometimes lots of covers and so forth. It's just that kind of stream, that kind of atmosphere. But it's so relaxed and so chill. She has like a very big, just like, hey, let's just, you know, big chill out attitude. Very 420 friendly place. And so it's, I'm going to check that off my list of cool things that have happened to me since I started streaming. Got rated and loved by Liz Vega. Well, not that kind of love, like platonic, you jerks. God, guys go straight to the toilet. Anyways, no, it was great. And then so they hung out and we had a pretty decent crowd until Jesus Christ, Antler Jones came and raided us in. I need to go back and watch their VOD too. Their stream combines music and then they have a flight simulator, and in the background that's like a full airport, you know, full-on flight simulator type thing where you have to, you know, do the whole bit. And they contacted me beforehand. They were like, "Hey, you know, is it cool if I land in your city?" And I was like, "Yeah, that's fine. I live in Phoenix. That's not a big secret." And he's like, "Okay, should I land at Sky Harbor Airport?" And I'm like, "Yeah, but you know, there's like half a dozen other airports here in the valley, right? There's a Scottsdale Airport. There's the Chandler Airport." And I was like, "In fact, why don't you go to the Chandler Airport?" I did recommend this one airport that I went to one time. So it's kind of a long story, so I'll try to be really, really fast with it. But effectively, this guy who his house had an when we went into his garage, we realized that his garage was on the other side of this wall, and we were actually in the aircraft hangar because he has a plane. And I realized it's not a garage door, it's just one of those big uplift hangar doors. And he's like, yeah, I can fly my plane right out of my garage and then onto the runway. And I'm like, oh, I have nothing in the world to equate to that. That's really neat. And so I tried to tell Antler Jones I was like, oh, you should go to that rich people's fancy pants air park. But they were flying a 747, which is way too large. So the Chandler Airport worked because it's also an airport for FedEx and UPS and USPS. There's like a whole bunch of just planes with packages and mails and stuff. So I was like, oh, you can land your 747 there. There's no platonic love. It's all love. Yeah, I know. It's all Zupa guy I love. Yeah, you know what? I'm just not trying to be a jerk. Is all. I'm not trying to be rude. I was trying to be funny, and then I realized, like, well, that was kind of like, Besides, come on. I do hit on streamers, though, don't I? Male or female. It doesn't matter. It's the hunt. Okay. What else? What are we doing today? So we've got, as you can see from the Roland logo behind me, we're working on the JX3P. We need to figure out if it's dead. When we last worked on it, it looked like the mod chip was dead, and I think that's what we're just going to test that first and get that out of the way, and make sure that mod chip is broke. And if that's the case, I'm going to contact the guy or company or whatever you want to call it that does that, and I'm going to have two options. And I'm really hoping they'll be okay with one of them, because the mod isn't cheap. So I'm going to ask, hey, and explain the situation. I'm an electronics repair service. I'm working on one for a client. Went to repair the controller. I think the pins got crossed. I have no idea how it happened, but the chip doesn't work. I think it saw 15 volts down one of the legs that's only supposed to see 5, and it killed it. I have the capabilities. Would you be willing to send me the code so I can reflash the chip, and I'll delete the code afterwards, or or I can sign an NDA. If you want any documents, fine. That's totally understandable. I get it. If you're not willing to do that, though, which is again totally understandable, would you be willing to mail me a replacement chip so I can pop it in and be done? And those are the only options I have with this, if we can confirm that that's the problem. If we do repair it, I'm going to mod this. So there's two 15-volt rails on there that are absolutely unnecessary. And they actually energize the stupid cable that goes between the controller and everything. So I'm just going to kill that 15 volts because nothing uses it. It was for the old one from the 80s, but he's using the modern one. It doesn't use 15 volts for the op amps or anything like that. I'm so excited. Duct Tape Devos! Happy 808 day to you. Man, I never thought about it. It just keeps going. We had a late night stream last night, and we did our 808 stream. I thought it was supposed to happen at 1 p.m., and then I realized like a day or so ago, it's 1 a.m. So that was a little weird. I like these. Get your 808 today. They're going fast. Look at them. I said they're going fast. Look at them move. Oh, so yeah, we're gonna have to, we're gonna suss that out, determine if that's broke, and if it is, um, I guess we'll have to put it aside. There's not a whole lot to do. We could possibly reverse the. I got the same glasses too in this one. It's like a. It's like. Ah. It didn't even cross my mind until OpenSec got on shortly after midnight last night. Yeah, yeah. I caught a little bit of OpenSet stream, and then I had to start. Do you know who Aquasum is on YouTube? They did a really nice 808 techno jam. I don't. It sounds familiar, but I don't think so. I was already knocked out by the time you got on. Yeah, don't worry about it. You're like, you're over on the East Coast, aren't you? Cause I'm West Coast, baby. Oh wait, no, West Coast or Wu-Tang? Wu-Tang's for the babies. I was surprised when I saw your stream is starting to work. Well, starting to work. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, that's right. So yeah, that's what I thought. You were in North Carolina, or at least along that coastal region state, where my geography really fails. But yeah, okay. So yeah, no worries, mate. I mean, if you really feel like it was missing in your life, you can always watch the VODs. You always watch the VODs. And I'm always putting older streams up. I just added a whole bunch to the YouTube channel. I put them, so all the stream archives, they're put under, when I publish them on YouTube, they're just published as unlisted. So they have a, they have a, you can only see them in this playlist. So they don't cloud up all the other videos. And they're just there for archival posterity sort of thing. Some of them I don't even get. Like if they break up into pieces, I just don't even bother uploading it. I used to, but I was like, man, it's so much work to edit it into a program, you know, have it spit it out, like render it and then upload it, and you know, I don't bring it up. Like I said, it's just for archive. I don't really care to try to get people to watch them. It's really for me, so I can easily go and search stuff, but. Yeah. Anyways, what are we talking about? Penguins? Yeah, man, they're fucking awesome. I used my TR-08 drum machine and 1,000 effects. 1,000 effects. Yeah, the way I have it set up is I have the stream. In Twitch, you can just choose export to YouTube, so I just do that because it saves me the bullshit of downloading a file and then uploading a file, and these are 6, 7, 9-hour files, so it's just a big chunk of I don't want to do this crap. So if I export it via Twitch to YouTube, I agree. You know, agreed. It's not an ideal version of the stream. I have the ooh, took us some hits there. I have recordings that are hard disk recordings that are very high quality, and I have those on a NAS. And I think I mentioned to you guys I was going to get an LTO. Well, I'm gonna have to wait until the end of the year, but my next stage for data backup is or data storage and backup is to get an LTO state tape, and I think I can get away. oh, I can't remember anymore. There's a format that would probably work fine, and the tapes are like 12 terabyte tapes, which that's great. Or wait, no. I'm wrong. No, it wasn't. It's half that, so it's like 6 terabyte tapes. I was looking into that because I didn't want to get too big, because then it's like a real, it's greater than. If you're using it for backup and for like archival, doesn't matter. Anyways, I'm gonna stop talking. It's getting weird. Sid did not believe you? I don't. Yeah, sure. Let Twitch use that bandwidth? Well, yeah, and it's just it's inefficient. I have to download the crappy file and then upload the crappy file. And really, when you're dealing with like I was saying, like 7 hours, 8 hour video files on an average, they're huge files. They take fucking forever to move around, and those are like high compression, like 264 or whatever, and it's still just like gigs and gigs. So the local VODs, they're not too bad. So when I store so I have OBS do a record at the same time. And, oh wait, the server's off. I'd have to look on here. Because we're going to have to fix the power supply for it. That's the other thing we're working on today. Another thing that we fixed last week and it didn't get fixed. It didn't take. D. Stream recordings. So on average, they're about 12, 13 gigs for a local file. And they're the MKV file format, because that's, I don't know, I haven't checked lately, but that's like the one that works the best in OBS. If you do like any of the other formats, if it cuts out, it will just, the file's worthless. And MKV just, for some reason with OBS, has way more robustness. No, I don't do the restream thing. I did for a little bit in the beginning, but it just like the criticisms about him are absolutely right. It's too much problem to separate chat. When you have chat separated into YouTube chat and Twitch chat and all over, and they can't really talk to each other. I mean, there is like little bot things and there are these deals, but it's still broken up. There's no uniformity within it. It really hurts the experience. There's quite a few streamers that have done that, and it's just kind of poisoned my whole experience with being able to, because they're like answering people I don't know what the hell they asked. Oh shit. Safari just went down there. That's crazy. Yeah, the what is it? LTO9 or whatever it is. I think I know what you're talking about. I looked a little bit into it. I wasn't gonna get I didn't really consider it an option. I saw like a Linus Tech thing where he did that, and I was like, oh, well, that's way too expensive. I can't afford those decks. They're like thousands of dollars. And then one day I was like surfing around on Reddit, and I found someone bringing up the fact that, oh yeah, have you bought used ones? They're like worthless to these companies, so they sell them for next to nothing. You can get like a deck for, 100, 200, maybe 500 bucks. And then they sell these tapes by the boxes to get them the fuck out of their inventory. So you can buy like a box of 500 terabytes of storage for like 100 bucks. 50 bucks. And so I was like, and I went on eBay and I went on different websites, and they were 100% right. There were tons of these decks. There was a couple of issues like, oh shit, it uses SAS. Like a lot of the units use SAS, but I recently learned you can convert like SAS and SATA. There is a converter for it, which I wasn't aware of until recently. So I haven't delved really deep, but I have an eSATA connector on there. So I'm like, well, shit. If I can get that eSATA to interface with an LTO, I'm in heaven, because I can just say, hey, just dump everything from my NAS to this tape, full speed, which is going to be painfully slow, but whatever. How good is data integrity? From my understanding, it's pretty good. And my plan is to do 2 versions of everything. So I'll have 2 tapes. I'll have one local and one offsite. So if, let's say, I drop my local in to pull something and I'm getting errors or it can't pull the data off in 100%, then I'll go grab my secondary from the offsite. It'll be at a friend's house or something, and I'll pop that guy in, and it should be able to, between the two, reconstitute the data. I think is how they work. I don't know if you need 2 decks to do that or not. That's a good question, but if I was really in a jam, I should be able to get it back. Because I watched loads of YouTube before buying my MacBook. I know about the woes of streamers. Yeah, there you go. Hey, President McCamelgal, willkommen. How you doing? Wie geht's? Nice, and tape is infinitely reusable. Wonder if that's the right read speeds for tape. So the tape backup write read speeds are not beautiful. They're not terrible though. Honestly, no, I don't know what they are. I don't think I looked that up, because I was like, well, that's not a big deal. I'm using this to get data off these drives because I just can't keep buying hard drives. It's not. It's going to become a efficiency power nightmare for me. And I'm already pulling a lot of juice anyways. It's already bugging me as it is. So I'm like, I should just put this on some sort of cold storage. CDs are not an option. DVDs are not an option. All those other, Blu-ray or whatever, all those formats aren't an option for me because I don't like the idea of disc rot. But tape has a pretty good history in the data archive world, and its limitations and expectations are known. Maybe not the worst idea. Screw it, I have 3. Yeah, that's right. I could do a 3rd one. I wouldn't have a problem with it. If I could get a big box of tapes, I would just do that. Used to be a tape monkey? Oh, no way. Laser etching a glass tablet. Okay, that would be nice. Let's get that. Do you find those on eBay? Yeah, but that's like really expensive. That's the problem. I'm trying to find a cheaper way. I keep buying 12 terabyte drives, and I popped one in, and I've got on this unit 1 slot left for another 12 terabyte. I put an SSD in just for shits and giggles, but as a cache drive, but I think I'm gonna take it out. It's totally unnecessary. And but I'll be able to add 1 more 12 terabyte, and after that, I've filled the 4 bays. I could get an expansion chassis for it because it's a rack mount, and you can just keep adding units, but it becomes a power and a noise and an eyesore kind of problem, and I'm like trying to think of something better. And the LTOs just seem like a reasonable option. I mean, for under $500, I could have a nice cold storage format. Yeah, I kind of have that. I mean, Synology. I use a Synology NAS, and it kind of is capable of that, but it's not like so. Like to disengage a drive, you do that, but it's not something that takes like a few hours or a day. It takes days. It takes whenever you put a new drive in, it takes days for it to absorb it into the pool. So I don't know how swappable it really would be for me, unless I was just to have a drive. I don't think you can do that though. At least not in Synology. I don't think you can use one of the slots as well, I take that back. You might be able to create a separate storage pool on that single drive and make it a non-redundant storage pool. And then, yeah, and then it would show up. Okay, never mind. You could do that. Copy the data over, eject the drive, pull it from that storage pool, and yank it out. Yeah, you could do that. Can you overdrive your hard drive? I've tried. Damn it, I've tried. Yeah, I'd love some glass and metal etchings. It's just, I'm trying to fix it because it's been a real bottleneck for making content for the stream and so, or for YouTube and whatnot, because I don't know where to put all this fucking data. And I'm too much of a freak to delete it. I'll delete what absolutely can be deleted, but there's so much left over that I'm like, well, I can't delete it. You know, it's part of the keyframing. It's part of a ton, but yeah, I use it for a lot. So the only option is like I have a ton of YouTube videos that are done, but I want to keep the data, but I don't want to keep it on a hard drive, and or I don't want to keep it on a live drive, and I'm too weird with other options. So putting it on 2 or 3 tapes. And if something happened, you know what? Maybe it wasn't meant to be. Maybe that's the universe telling me something, but I feel like that's a pretty safe bet. We'll find out. I'm not going to mess with it until the end of the year. I still have another slot left in my NAS, so I can still drop another 12 terabyte drive in. And shit, they're now up to 22 terabytes. I don't think I'm going to build one of those, though. But when I started building this thing, like 12 terabytes, the price just dropped like $100, and I could get the decks. I could get the drives for under $300. And so back in November or October of last year, I saw that price dive, and I just went after it. I didn't know what was going to happen, and I bought 2 of the drives. And then I waited to see if it would drop again, and it started to go back up, and so I bought the 3rd drive before I was like hosed. Yeah. Oh, yeah, on each one of the platters, 50. God damn. Just get a cheap NAS with hot swappable disks and do any rate. Yeah, that's what I have. I have a bunch of I have 2 cheap Synology NASs. But one's filled. And I'm going to have to transfer all the data from it onto my other one, which is fine. There's enough room on it. And then I think I'm going to rebuild the entire storage pool because there's like all these different disk sizes in there, and it's just bullshit. I'm like, God, I need to pop this out. But because it takes so long to take a drive out and put a new one in, I was like, it'd just be easier if I just rebuilt the pool. 22. Well, that's a 22 terabyte disk. I have 3 12 terabyte disks, but I'm using 2. The other one's redundancy, and so, but it comes out to like 10. So I have like 21 terabytes, something like that. The video stuff, mate. all that video. Like, I still haven't done the editing for the the other JLM thing that we made because, man, it's a beast. I think I figured out how to manage the data, but like, it's at least a few terabytes of footage. The poor computer. It's like, oh, what are you doing? It has that weird accent. Oh, what are you doing? I don't know where it's from. It's kind of flying around the world when I think about it. Sargosa, have you messed with Synology? It's not. It's good, but there's better. But I don't care enough to hack mine to try to put like an alternate firmware or OS on it or anything like that. I know one guy who built his own NAS and he used something like OpenNAS or one of those things, and we were trading experiences, and yeah, his experience was way different than mine. And I was like, yeah, I guess just because I'm just buying Synology. QNAP and like Unix hardware and Linux, of course. Right. Well, I'm just saying that Synology is... it's good. It's not great. So maybe that's possibly the difference. Could be me too. Let's get a dab going, and then let me show you what we got cooking for today. Yeah, ever since I got into music making, I've learned that storing and archiving all this shit is the worst part about it all. Like we used to have my first real thing was we had a 4-track recorder, and those record on cassette tapes, like regular commercial bought tapes. And we were like Ween, we were just pumping them out. And at one point, those little tape drawers that you would buy back in like the 90s and stuff? You could pull out and you have all your cassettes. So we had, I think, 6 of those just filled with tons of music. And then we got a computer and a CD burner. And this is like in 98, 99, somewhere around that time. And that was redunculous. Like, oh my God, so much. And I still, like, when that thing went aghast, I was trying to get all the data. I still have a giant CD wallet filled with, like, a third of that music. So there was, like, way, way more. But all those discs we didn't know at the time until much later. They all suffered disc rot. Yeah, and then the other issue I ran into was the Napster. Oh no, this was music we wrote. We were writing music and stuff, and using a Mac 8500, Power Mac, and this program called Deck from Macromedia, and we record using that. And to back everything up, we'd back it up on a CD-ROM because you'd only have like this 1 gig drive or something stupid. And so, yeah, like that whole time was a big struggle. I lost a lot of the data from that. And then over the 2000s, like early aughts, there was a big shift from all these things to where like OS 9 to OS 10 for Mac, a lot of software and a lot of things aren't playable and don't work anymore, and that was a big archival issue. I don't know, it's just been like this plague this whole time, and I'm like, it's, half of me is just like, dude, they're just things, don't care. It's like a house burning down, you're like, just don't worry about it. Hey, Lobster Chung. Yeah, we burned a lot, and now I have like tons and tons of. I still have spindles of CDRs. I need to make a video of it. I think I've tried to show before, but so I have a boom for one of my lights. So one of the lights I have is on just one boom arm, and for a boom to work, you have a counterweight. And when I bought it, I thought it would come with sandbags or at least bags I could go and put sand in or something, but it didn't come with anything. And I didn't feel like going and making sandbags and all that crap. So I was looking around and I'm like, well, what do I have that has weight? These CDR spindles. So as a counterweight for my light and my boom, I have just like 100 disc CDR spindle, and then to kind of top it off, I have like a 25er of some fancy CDR. I don't know what the hell they are. And sometimes the weight, when I have it boomed out really far, I need to like put 3 of the quarter ones. It's absolutely the most ridiculous thing in the world. But I'm happy I found a purpose for them. I didn't know what to do. I didn't want to throw them in the trash. I feel like it wouldn't be a good thing. Didn't you migrate CDRs? Oh, well, yeah. I don't know. I mean, I was making jams, so I just burnt CDRs and put that shit in the car. It's like all the time. And, I mean, if you haven't caught on, I usually just buy crap in bulk. If it's not going to spoil and I'm positive I'm going to use it all, and this is probably the best price it's going to be at, plus or minus 5%, I'll buy it in bulk. CDRs, bulk. Components, bulk. Power cables, bulk. USB cables, bulk. Everything that I'm like, yeah, I could use all that. I can think of 5 things that I need it for right now. Bulk. I do not take risks with my burning one axle. Dual layer discs? Yeah, I remember that. Your car, I quit. I don't think I have a CD player in my car. Maybe I do. I think it's the original deck, though. I don't care. I don't really... I kind of got tired of listening to music in my car. I don't know. Usually I just sing to myself. Usually Kansas. Yeah. Carry on my wayward son. Just in the car. Like it'd be dead ass quiet. And you're in the passenger seat. And I just, don't you cry no more. Like add a which that's a sick ass riff. It's top dopest riffs in the world. Do 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 do. So here's our patient. Juxtape. Oh shit. Oh, we got a Mr. Chompers in here. Hey, buddy. What was I saying? Oh yeah, so we worked on this Saturday or this weekend, and we were just trying to repair a busted pot on this thing. When I plugged it in, it kept like not coming on and acting really weird. And then we took it apart and we plugged it in and we could get it to function, but it would say there's nothing on the other side. We went through and started troubleshooting it. We verified that everything was functioning correctly. The only part that was like, what? Was the mod. It has like a little light on there, and the light should be flashing, and it hasn't done shit. So I have a really bad feeling that either one, there's no way. We're going to find out for certain, but I'm pretty sure that chip got zapped. I think since there's 15 volts on that line for no reason but for being backwards compatible with the original one, I think 15 went down the line and zapped it. The 7-volt rail that's supposed to power it is stupid high too, so it's also possible that could have crossed and went down and zapped it, because that chip is only supposed to see 5V, and I'm pretty sure it saw at least double that, if not triple. So we're gonna have to look and see if it's alive or there's anything going across the fucking pins. If we can verify that data's coming back and forth from the unit, then we can go, okay, the unit's good. If we can verify data's coming back and forth from the MIDI from the original JX3P, good. But if we can't get anything to respond from the mod chip's probably dead. And then I was explaining this earlier, our options for the mod chip are pretty limited. I'm basically going to have to do my best to try to convince the company that makes it, which is a small operation out of Australia, who are probably nervous that their idea is going to get stolen, and I'm going to ask if I can get the code so I can just flash it myself. Assuming that they're going to not be keen on that, I will offer as well the option for them to just mail me a replacement chip, which will take, a couple weeks to get here, and then we'll pop it in and it'll work like a champ. If we do determine that's the case, we'll go ahead and put this guy all the way back together. Right now the screws are still out. We'll put them all the way back together. We'll take the little control board for this. We'll replace that pot that's on there. I still haven't checked, but I'm almost positive I have it. And or you know what? At least I have some with the little lines on them. We'll put that pot on, replace it, and actually we'll at least take it off, because I couldn't determine what the resistance was on the pod. It's not written along the side, so I'm assuming it's written on the back. I believe we measured it and we got something that looked like a 100K pot, but I'm not totally sure. So we'll just, double bubble check. No one gets my bins. They die at 7? Yeah. Well, it saw more than that. There is resistors on the line though, so it's possible that there is some protection on there, but it looks pretty jacked to me. It doesn't look sweet. It doesn't look happy. So let's get this crack-a-lack in here. I'm gonna take this forward, slide this. Oh man, I remember this is such a weird disassembly. I think I don't know. I never know. They never tell me. Okay. We're back in hell. Oh yeah, I did screw this back in. Oh no, it looks like one of the screws came out. Fuck, I might have lost it then. Want to go hunting. Damn it, that sucks. Well, maybe we're lucky and it's still in there. Probably not. But we need to take this connector off real quick. Let me kill this camera. Ah, god damn it. That screw's missing. So it's on the floor somewhere in my casa, which is not muy bien. This is not. Oh, wait. And then let's take this part off. There's a little Velcro broy. And we're gonna move these kids all over here. And we're gonna get some plastic so we don't accidentally make a short, because that's what I do. And where's our rude boy? Let's get our original rude boy here. This is the controller. Naked. I know, right? Exciting, isn't it? I remember the first time I saw a controller naked. I was 13. Barely understood what was happening to me inside, but I knew what was happening to me, if you know what I mean. Immediately, upon seeing the controller, and the controller seeing that I was just staring like a crazy, timid child, the controller said, "Hey, why don't you come over here and take a closer look?" Awkwardly, I walked over to the controller, not believing my own ears. Was this the way it was going to happen? Was this how it happens? Immediately, my mind was torn. But my feet moved closer to the controller, getting closer and closer, looking at every knob, the fine sheen on the metal. I knew there was no way I could turn around now. For a brief moment, my mind tried to come up with an excuse. I have to go to the bathroom. I think my order's ready. But I continued to pace forward, adamant. My vibrant body and the beautiful sleekness of the controller could not be avoided. It was like it was meant to be. Upon touching the controller, I got a quick zap. A little bit of static electricity I picked up along the carpet. The controller winked and said, "That's how I like it." That's when I knew this was going to be one hell of an experience. Don't forget to sign up for more keyboard erotic thrillers with Sid Heresy on my YouTube channel, Sid Heresy Fucking Sense. Stop fucking sense. Okay, this thing's on. I think it's not. Let me flip the death switch here. There we go. It's a play off the talking head Stop Making Sense. No, never mind. I do it a lot. Okay, so here's our light. This is the, it's not like the crimson eye of Cerebus. It's more like the unblinking eye of Claire. But this guy is flashing back and forth. Oh, you can't see it because my jackass is in the way. So these are just flashing, which means it ain't working. But it's booting. It just doesn't see a keyboard. And the manual, it says your cable's bad. So we check the cable first. Cable's fine. Cable's doing great. Don't ever put cable in a corner. So we kind of went down the line and we found out this thing only uses 3 pins. One to power it, which is a 7-volt line. It actually is up to like 10 or 11. But there's 2 voltage regulators on the board. They're fine. They're handling it. They're doing a good job. And then there's a ground, and then there's a data line, a single data pin. Oh, wait. And my mistake, there's 4. And there's one for busy. And I believe busy is a signal sent back from the keyboard to all the gear. And I also believe that is the only receive info it does. So when this thing boots up, I believe it sends out something to confirm, and it would get a flashback from the busy. It would get some sort of like pulse to do a handshake. And since that's not present, we went back along the line, and we started going into the mod and how this board works. And it's really straightforward. So what the hell was that? So the busy line gets interrupted and intercepted by this. The send receive line also will get interrupted and intercepted by this. The MIDI, now we didn't go really heavy into the MIDI, but the MIDI basically it does about the same process, but it's a little weirder. I think it only I believe it I don't know, actually. You know, never mind. I don't know how the MIDI works. We'll fix that in a minute if that has to be the problem. But one thing it's missing is that this light should be flashing all the time. Like, I should be hitting keys. That should be flashing because it's receiving MIDI. It'll give an activity light. So the fact that it's dead on makes me very sad because I'm like, you know, that's probably broke. That light's just the light of it dying. But it is also possible, that it could be a disconnection in here. So we're going to bring out the O-scope and take a look and see if we can verify there's data coming in from the keyboard. We have some points here that we could do for MIDI transmit receive. And same thing goes for this guy. We're going to turn these knobs and verify that, or boot it up or something. Try to verify that it's there and it's booting correctly. And then we're going to go to this guy and we're going to be like, hey, do something. And it's not. So the chip in here, if anyone's curious, is an 18 mega. Is it? I think it's a 16. I forgot now. I took a picture of it. Yeah. Let me look at the picture. Oh my gosh. Mimosa, welcome in. Animal growing. And Patrice. Oh wait, is there an ad? Oh, there's fucking ads. Oh, never mind. Alright, looks like we're back from the ads. So the chip is an ATmega 8 with, it's the 16-pin version. Or it says 16U. And it's a bigger package, so I think that's the one. Let's bring out the road boy. So I think we might have been an ad, but I just want to make sure I'm saying hello to Mimosa and Animal Grind and Virtues. Welcome in, mates. I thought there. Oh yeah, there it is. Oh my gosh! Excuse me. Make like a burping sound instead. Jesus. There's like a crazy knot going on here. Okay, we got that guy plugged in. So this should be coming online. Let's attach all our crap. Our probes in the night, probes in the day, probing away. So we're gonna need. Come on, buddy. Honestly, I think we're just gonna need one. I don't know if I'm gonna need a second channel. I'm thinking about it. I'm like, it's probably more confusing for me to look at two channels at the same time, man. Hell yeah, that's hard to look at. Oh, hey, that's... Oh, that's the wire that gets intercepted. I see. Well, shit, I can just look right here, can't I? Well, man, maybe I should get a different... Where's my... Let's get creative here. I'm gonna use these, I'm gonna use my DM probes as a way to get in here. There we go. Then I just gotta find ground. Where's ground? It's not green, I'll tell you that. That's the weird part. I think it's blue. Because, yeah, that makes a whole hell of a lot of sense. Yeah, it's much... Here, let me flip this around so I don't break my brain. Is this a... Oh, I've got this on the AC channel. Let me switch it over to the DC. So I think that's what we're going to want. Oh, come on, Lego. God damn it, I hate that. It's grippy. I mean, it's nice, but how nice? Robot visuals, activate. Just pick up a conversation which components is burned on the board. Do you have a separate streaming? Yeah, we could go over really quick how goofy my setup is. It's pretty goofy. So, and we can see it with this camera, so it'll make it easier. Let me kill this guy. So, the camera guy, the majority of the stream goes through this guy. We've got, actually, nearly all of it. Like, if I hit this button here, what you see is OBS. The overlay, the alerts, all that is OBS. Everything else down here, or all the video that comes here is from this unit. This has 8 inputs. I'm using 6 of them right now. Kind of 7. And then it has a record that it does, or drive that I go on to. Those are disk arrays. And then that's kind of it. And then that all goes into this PC. I don't remember my specs. It's a 1070 video card. It works. Actually, the machine runs great. Like, you can run it pretty much when you start running 4K games is where it's like not as awesome. But everything, if you run 1080, you can get 60, 90 frames and stuff like that. Or, well, I think it is 60. I don't know if I've tried anything higher. Upshift, let's go. Price on Evergreen. What the hell? Yes, that's the ATEM Extreme ISO. All right. Yeah, let me give you guys what I'm staring at, so it makes sense. So it's doing the auto thing, but I don't really want it. Maybe I can... I think it's always going to do that because the stupid trigger. Let me see if I can get anything wider. There we go. Oh, maybe it is an AC signal. I think it'd be DC. Oh yeah, it's working because I can get. How the fuck do I set the trigger on this so it quits doing this crap? Oh, source is channel 2. Okay, there you go. There's MIDI. Oh. What the fuck? Oh, it keeps autoing it. Here, it's reset it. Yeah. Key pressed. Key press. Yeah, it's okay. So I think it gets lost on some timings, but so it is receiving the MIDI transmit, which should make the light on this unit flash, and ain't no nothing happening. So let's go to its MIDI transmit, which I believe is going to be. Oh, hold up! I gotta figure this one out. So it's one of these. I think it's this brown wire. Here, let's pull back up the schematics. Oh, where the hell did they go? That's. Oh, I know what happened. God damn it. No, that's not it. There we go. Okay. So that's not the right board. Ah! Nothing's working. Come on, man. Yeah, wait. That's the right board. I'm just upside down? Yeah, I'm upside down. Okay. So, what we want is this guy here. Oh, it's on the top view. So, stand by here. So it's going to be this pin. We're going to follow this guy. I think. Man, it's so annoying how this... Yeah, it's the brown wire. Okay. Ah. Auto mod is for beginners, yes. Alright, so brown is right here. We should get... So I'm going to press a key. Pressing lots of keys. Oh, that's no good. Aw. Come on, buddy. That's not good. I was afraid of that. Okay, so that line is not working. Let's verify there's another line that we need to check, which is the programmer line. I believe that is a purple wire. Let's start with that one. Now, we can actually look. We might be able to see the data coming back from the unit. Oh, weird. There's like nothing. It's just a flat line. So I'm going to unplug this and plug it back in. That'll reboot it. We'll leave the screen up here so we can see what happens. It's unplugged. Give it a little bit of timber time. Plug it back in. Okay, it's going to boot up. Let's see if there's anything that squishes across. I didn't see no nothing, did you? Now, I could have gotten the wrong one, but I don't think so. Yeah, that's... oh, wait, that's the busy signal. And that is like a 1 volt. Oh, my bad. I did grab the wrong chain. The one I want is... okay. My bad. Oh, wait, I don't think it was in there all the way. I just saw the signal come on. Let me make sure I wasn't being a goof. Here, I'll just hit it right here. Yeah, there's nothing there, so I don't know what that was about. Okay, so, and that's the busy line. It's going to be a little 1 volt line anyways. So the program return is this guy here that jumps this line. Oh, I swear. Oh, yeah, there's a transistor. And then, where does it... I think it's this red line here. So let me pop that in. I ain't getting nothing on the big screen here. Let me change, well. Alright, let me do the reboot thing again. Let's see if we can get it to try to handshake. Unplug, plug back in. So... okay, so this is a little not what I was expecting. So I thought we'd see something. Some sort of handshake. But I ain't seeing shit. So let's change our focus from the box, and let's make sure this is transmitting stuff. You know, I could also check the MIDI out bus and see if there's anything happening on that. That probably wouldn't be the dumbest thing. Let's do both. So this is the MIDI. Oh, damn it. Right in the guts. So this is pin 5 on the MIDI. We're going to check which is that brown line, which I think we didn't we already do this? Yeah, we did. We did. And I'm curious actually, what happens when I power cycle this? Oh, there's like a little jump. Yeah, let's make sure this thing is actually giving us real juice. It should be this point here. I don't think I have anything to clip onto. What the hell is wrong with me? Oh wait, I kind of need that though. Let me think. How? Oh wait, why don't I check? I'll check from this guy. I feel like this isn't grounding right or something. Let me check something. That's interesting. What did we determine the input one was? I think it was orange. Yeah, so okay. So if I don't ground this thing, you can actually get it to C. So there's So maybe my voltage is too high. I don't know. Whatever. I'm not going to dick with it. I just need this to prove. So that's the input for the programmer. I'm going to unplug the programmer. There's a little shift. I think that was me. Plug it back in. Yo, I ain't seeing nothing off this thing. But I'm also not getting MIDI out. Let's do something else. Let's take this chip box out. It may be dragging the line down. And we may not be getting the right info. But now I can use these beautiful grounds here. Oh, that didn't work. What if I get? Maybe my voltage is too high? I don't think it is, but well, that'll work. Alright. So there's the data. Now I should be able to tie in... Oh, scheisse, I just dropped the whole damn thing in my lap. Let me put... Okay, so we need... Fuck. I'm trying to put these stupid probes in. Such a jackass. I think it's red. It's red or yellow. Oh wait, yellow's yellow's the other guy. Or well, actually, what am I trying to check here? Yeah, yellow is the program on the other side. I don't want that. I want it on this side, which is going to be the red. Okay. Yeah, red feeds yellow. That's what's up. Okay. Meow Gusta, thank you so much. Trying to be fresh. Could be fresher. Oh man, this thing isn't working out. There we go. Oh, look at how flat that is. That's no bueno. Just pressing these buttons to see if it would do anything. I'm gonna unplug it again, and I'm gonna plug it back in. So there it is unplugged. You can see it's not grounded to it now, and now when I Yo, there's like nothing going across this. Can I turn auto off? Still says auto on the top. Oh no, it doesn't. Let's investigate this guy. I don't think that chip's working either, to be honest with you. It's definitely supposed to flash. So, I don't know, I'm kind of in a weird spot with this one. What would be the best thing to do? Meow! Sandstorm? What about the final countdown? And then you do two at the same time, you're like, do-do-do-do. It's great. I can do that one. Well, you saw it. I just did it. It's my own music, too. I wrote that. I don't care what the internet says. They lie. I don't care if it was a couple of years before I was born. It's all lie. Well, I don't know what year that song was. Might have been around when I was born. So I can still claim ownership, damn it. Leaving for Venus. Well, at least you said Venus. So, I'm thinking here. You know what I could do? I could bypass... I think I can bypass the mod. I can bridge the line that's the programmer one, and I could bridge the line that's the busy. And I think that will work. There is like a resistor, a pull-down resistor. Or no, that was something, no. Everything's the same. I think it should work. I don't think the mod's going to mess it. There is one mod on the chip that's a little like, what? But the thing is weird is I'm not seeing anything off of this. I mean, it's just doing that. Why are we off like that too, bro? Let's bring this back down. Oh, well, this guy's not even connected. Okay. We don't need yellow on, so can I just... There we go. Oh, so is blue off the scale? Is that what's going on? Man, it's terrifying that I can sweep like that. Huh. Well, let me... I don't know. Let me... Maybe I'm being dumb. So wait, yeah, no, the orange one is the MIDI. And yeah, you can see it. There's data. That's the MIDI, and that's the keyboard. So that's working. And... But if I go to... It's so confusing because there's all these jumps. So if I go here, it comes down here, goes to this transistor, and then this leg goes to this red wire. This red wire is right here, and when I go into it, it's off the charts. So let me see if I can... Wait. Why do I just have channel offset? Oh, no. Never mind. Let's see if I can go... Okay, there it is. It's chilling at 2V. Which is weird. That's not what it's supposed to be doing. So that's kind of another tick on... Is it something else? I'm going to play the keys. They shouldn't do anything, but I just want to airtight my case here. I'm going to unplug this. Look at that. Now it's just floating around. Now I'm going to plug it back in. All right. I'm processing. No, all right, let me think out loud because that'll be less boring. So, where are we at with this? As far as I can tell, that chip ain't working. Now we could test this maybe with the bypass, but I'm not 100% sure. And the voltages are a little weird. So I'm, again, even not so sure. But here's a thing that's odd is that this this board here is behaving like it won't work at all. Is it possible that we have two failure points? I kind of feel like it. I think that's why this is so confusing, is because there's possibly two things that failed. Good thing is they're all repairable. One's going to be a replace, but one's going to be a repair. So let's go with this. let's work off this this assumption. I'm going to contact the maker of this and tell them the story and say, hey, is there, you know, I just don't see any activity on it. I think it has its own crystal, so I don't think there's any supportive or ancillary like components or anything like that. It all is on this one chip. And you know what? I'm gonna. It's kind of scary. I'll just be careful. I forget this is still all live, so. Or what? Oh, that's just the other thing. All right. I just wanna. Oh, you know what? There is a crystal on here. We actually have a couple of things we could check on this before we turn it in. Wait a minute. The fuck? That's gotta be a revision thing. What the hell? What the hell's going on in tape? So where are we up or down? There we go. Oh, I think we may be in good luck here. God, how is this turned around? There we go. Oh, wait. Those look okay. We'll test these resistors. I think these resistors are to protect against that. So let's measure all these guys. Verify that none of them are dead. None of them are open. But since we've got the scope here and everything's like hunky-dory, let's verify. Well, shit. Yeah, we could do that. We'll plug it back in while we've got our juice, and let's just verify that that crystal is pulsing. It should. Looks like it's a 16. That's good, because I can't count much higher. Oh, is there a service mail? Yeah, that's what I've been looking at. Let me give you the link. Oh, scheisse. Let me shoot y'all the link in the... oh, yeah, because it rebooted. It messed up all my windows. Here's the site that I'm using right now that, oh, scheisse. That has the service manual kind of broken down into chunks. It's a little bit easier to work with. Uh, 16 kilohertz, not megahertz. I don't know much about these chips, so you could tell me anything and I'll believe you. Hey, Panzer. Yes, yes. So I think this may be dead, but when I was popping it off, there's a whole bunch of resistors in here, and I'm wondering if these resistors are for protection. And if so, is it possible that those failed before this thing saw too many volts? And I also wanted to verify that the crystal's ticking, that we are actually, this thing is alive. So I can do anything to check that. I'm gonna do it. 16 kilohertz, man. So we could hear it. So if we whistle really loud, we can lock this thing in. That's neat. And that would be something really funny to tell that stupid teacher who said that whistling isn't really going to be anything. He was an anti-whistler. Okay, you guys definitely don't want to fall on those transformers because it will sting. Alright, I'm going to plug this rude boy back in. Maybe. Alright, we're golden. Let me throw ground in here. Make sure it's in, because earlier I thought it was doing it, and then I found out that was not true. Alright. So, we're going to probe around on this crystal here. Oh, let me get the right monitor. Yeah, there's me touching it. Okay, we're going to check the line on C1. Oops. I'm getting the light to flash. That's off. That's on. Oh, shit. I think my grounds keeps getting wonky. Stay in there, Braj. I need you right now. Don't fail me, Braj. I was seeing something and now I can't get it to work. Huh. Yeah, so the crystal's working and the chip is behaving like it might actually still be working. So there might be a chance. Let's I'm getting the impression this thing's not stone dead. Okay, let me think. What would be the best thing to do? Should we just let's just check all these resistors really fast. Let's just do that dumb trick. I'm going to unplug the keyboard so that we're safe. And yeah, let's just probe these resistors and make sure none of them are open. When a resistor, so it's, you know, whenever you see repair videos, when a capacitor fails, it's most common issue you run into or that you'll see online. And when those fail, they close the circuit. And that's what the problem is, because there's a lot of caps that are used as bypass caps. One leg will sit on the power or the circuit or whatever, and then the other side of that is going to sit on ground. So when it shorts out, it just makes the circuit worthless. Now, resistors are the same. They have a similar thing, a fail, but they fail open. So when they don't work, or when there's too much and it's beyond what its capability is, it blows open. So it acts kind of like a fuse. In fact, it's very, very common to see them as fuses. So I mean, it's kind of a crappy way to fuse things in my opinion, but it's not my job. It's what they're doing. So what we're going to do is we're going to check the resistance on, we've got quite a few here. Well, maybe not. What is it? R4. So we got 4 resistors and we have a few caps. And I want to check everything on here. So, oh, right. That's right. I did Let me fix this monitor. That's how the magic smoke. Exactly. There we go. I needed you to scooch over there, Mr. Monitor. You're still not scoochy enough. Scoochy Gucci. I gotta move this thing. I just haven't messed with it. Okay. Now I'm already wrapped in this coil of shame. Shame coil! We're gonna put this on resistance. And this should be okay because all these lines are gonna be between 2 points. Oh, look at those fingers. So calloused. Alright, what's the number we're getting on here, Brood Boy? 218K? Is that right? Sure. Okay. That seems like a lot. Let me make sure that's at 218 mega ohms. Oh. No, it's 218 ohms or 220 ohm resistor. Okay, that makes sense. I couldn't figure out what the hell was going on. I'm like, why is it so high? Nothing's gonna make it through. Oops, I'm getting... Ah, bugger me. Pushed too much on my pen. I'm getting... 1K? And then here I'm getting 160 ohms. Alright, so they're all working. This resistor here is for that light. And I was getting it to flash, so... Although I'm not... Now I'm not so certain that it was the chip. So let's do a continuity test and we'll check these caps real quick. They should all be fine, but... Why not double bubble, right? That one's good. What the hell? Why was I getting beeps? Here, I'm gonna disconnect this board here. That's not supposed to happen. Unless I have a problem. Alright. I don't know what it was. You know, that guy doesn't look so hot though, does he? Look at that crud on there. Let's hit him with the resistance. I don't know if it's gonna work. I think this is all ground. But let me just see what we can get. So we get 210 ohms, which is that. We could try to measure capacitance on here. I don't think it's gonna work right, but let's give it a shot just to see. Yeah, it doesn't like that. It just says OL. I don't think the chip's good. I'm back to my original belief that it's not good. I mean, all those surrounding components are working, but it's still like it's just not acting like anything else is happening. Make sure there's no components underneath the board, like secrets. Secrets. So yeah, I think that's what I'm gonna go back to my original plan. Let's put this all back together, and we'll work on this little controller board thing, so we can get that guy. We'll get the pot replaced, and I want to verify that it is working with data. We'll send we can send our power supply. We can send it a 7-volt signal, and we could even give it a busy signal as well, or turn that on and off, because we could simulate that, because it's just an on-off voltage thing. Yo, what if that's the issue? Oh, I bet that's why it's not sending data, because it's not, the busy thing isn't locked up right. That's it. That's almost definitely it. Because the busy on there is like 1.2 volts, and what's coming out of the board is 5 volts. So I think it needs to pass that threshold. It has to go high in order for this guy to even try to transmit. And since it's stuck high and nothing happens, it just is. Okay. Man. I should make a MIDI mod someday. I'm fucking figuring these things out. That's what's happening. Well, I don't know if there's a way for us to test that theory. There is. But we'll do it on the bench. Because this, I mean, we could do it with what's here, but this is like, I'm really waiting to die by accidentally just putting a sandwich or a screwdriver down on there, so I don't want to do that. Not today. Maybe later on in the day. Yeah, so let's put this stuff back together, and I'm going to contact the maker of this mod and beg them for either the hex file to flash onto it, or a replacement chip, because it got zapped. Now if we want to if we want to break out the old who's at fault, who did it, I'm gonna have to assume it was my mistake, but I watched it. I was really careful about it going in the right spot, so I don't really understand what happened. But once we finish this, once we're done with this, we're going to do a couple of things to help prevent it from ever happening again. One is going to be to disable the two 15-volt rails. There's a positive and negative rail that go up this cable, and it's just to be backwards compatible. And I'm going to check here in a second, but I believe we can disable that simply by disconnecting this one of these headers, because I think that's all that thing does is provide 15 volts. It may do one other thing, but if that's the case, we'll work around here. Let me see. So it's this. Oh, yeah. So it does the 15 and the 7 volt, which is way up higher. And the issue we had is that the tap on this coil is like wonky, and so it gives a little bit extra. And there's the replacement one isn't really available, and then the next best thing is just almost the exact same problem. So I'm kind of working off the assumption that it's not a big deal. We could mod this and throw a voltage regulator in that's in line with 7 volts and yada yada yada, but that's a project. That's a big project. So let's see if we can get away without having to pull that big project. I don't want to do a big ass project, man. I got shit to do, man. Fuck that shit, man. That's what I said. Oh shit. Oh yeah, because these panels aren't. That's the other problem with this, is like this connector sucks. It's super, super tight. Very grippy. Not very friendly. Said I cannot take your HDMI microscope seriously. It has silly Google eyes. Yeah, I know. Well, before I had Google eyes on this. That was even funnier. Like two little eyes here, like sucking up the fumes. But this material is not conducive with googly eye adhesive technology. I'm really upset about it. I've contacted the googly-eyed manufacturers, googly eyes, and I am still waiting for a response. I will be surprised if they respond, though, because I was vicious. I came out swinging, and I came out swinging hard. You know, how dare your googly eyes fall off of my fume extractor? How dare you call yourselves a googly eye manufacturer? You people suck. There's terrible people in this universe. And then there's you guys. Just couldn't hold back. Just went after them. Kind of maybe went into areas that had nothing to do with them, but, you know, it got some shit off my chest. Alright, so let's put this part back in. Oh well. We're gonna work on this guy next. Is the fancy power strip. The brain is still acting weird. So we're gonna pop it out. Try to fix its brain. I don't know what the hell's up with it. I don't know how we fixed it last time. It started like not freaking out, and I'm like, oh cool, well high five. But in the back I was like, man, that's not gonna hold, is it? Oh shit. We lose the music. We did. See if I can fix that. Unplug and plug back again. Oh. Guess not. Now let's try this. I think I zonked my my computer here. There's so much power on this table. There we go. Alright. Back in business. What were we doing again? Oh yeah, I was looking for the screws. Aha. Alright, here is one of those goofy screws for the back. The other one I'm gonna have to go find. I have a couple of spots I could start looking. Kind of pissed about that. Super pissed, really. Here's another one. Oh wait, that's not it. Should probably just dump these out. Okay, so all this is gonna go for the other unit. So I'll put those away. All these recess screws. I think there's 4 or 2. 4. All right. Where is the screwdriver? Man, there's like no easy way to get to this. Oh my god, this sucks. See if I can find the screw hole. Oh my god, the old reach around. Alright, we're in there. Make sure I screw this guy in this time, because it wasn't before. Okay, that's in there and that's tight. Tight! Slide this back on. I don't know why it goes on so much easier than it comes off. Well, look, I spoke too soon. Well, now it hates me. This is weird track that's all done for on this thing that you kind of use to put this part on, but I don't understand what the plan was here. Oh man. Oh my gosh. Come on. Come on, baby. Get on there. Hop, hop. Wait, you... I don't remember this ever being this big of a pain in the ass. So, there we go. That's what I was trying to do. You just have to get it over this one little spot, and then it's golden, but the hell is up with that spot? Alright. So, there's joysticks and buttons here. So I'm going to do this. Hopefully that'll prop it up enough. Feels alright. Okay. There's a couple of these long ass screws in there. Try to remember where I put my screwdriver. Uh-oh. Yo, 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 yo. Let's go. What's up in there? We got none other than Ground 404. I assume that's how you pronounce the name. Ground. Shoot. That's embarrassing. Screwdriver was just here. You've been more embarrassing. Well, welcome into the channel. We are working on a JX3P. We Man, this thing's had some history. It's come by the shop before. We fixed a couple of wonky keys on it and replaced the battery and added a MIDI, did all this cool stuff to it. And then the client was like, hey, you know, the controller's a little weird. The external controller, can you fix that? And they basically describe a bad pot. And I'm like, yeah, no problem, mate. We can do that. Bring it in. I start trying to just check out how bad it is. You know, does it really need to be replaced? All that. And I can't get it to work. Eventually, it turns out like the whole thing's just not working. The keyboard plays and makes music and all that good stuff, but it, oh, this guy's not biting. Oh, there it is. But it's not, it's not recognizing the controller. And then it doesn't seem to be putting out MIDI either. So we crack it open, and there's a mod that we added. That mod doesn't act like it's working. It's got a little ATmega 8 on there chip, a little MCU chip, and it's just acting like nothing's happening. So this was Saturday. We'd been working on it for a while. I was kind of tired, so I just was like, you know what? Let's just put this off for another day. We'll pull out the scope and everything, and we'll take a look. So that was today, and we did look, and we've confirmed that the keyboard is still working, that it's making MIDI, but the mod is not doing anything to it. So, you know, part of the whole troubleshooting thing, trying to figure out, well, what happened and, you know, what is it? And the belief that I've pretty much adopted, I think is what's the case here, is that the unit, when I was plugging it in, I'll just take the blame. Something got crossed. Some pins must have gotten zonked weird. I'm not sure, but the unit saw voltage on pins that were not able to take that much. And these pins are like 5 volts, and they can do up to 7. Like there's a little bit of a little jump. It'll do up to 7 before it chokes. And it basically got either 10 volts or 15 volts crossed on those pins because they're all nearby. And I believe, I'm going to have to come back to that screw. I believe that is what's wrong with it. Maybe I can put one here. I don't know why it's not working. So, I'm putting it back together, and the plan is to contact the maker of the mod and either hopefully get a hex file, and then we can just flash an ATmega. I don't have one here, but I could get one in pretty quickly, I think. I haven't really looked at how plentiful those are at the moment. But hopefully I can flash one, or I can have them mail me a replacement and I'll pop it in. We'll see. Hopefully if they, you know, either one of those options isn't too expensive, because I'm kind of bummed that I was most likely the harbinger of this, and sure don't want to spend too much money with this lesson. You know what's funny is I was the one that noticed it first, and I warned the client. It's like, oh yeah, mate, be careful. And then my dumbass did exactly what I told them to be careful not to do. It's as if I can see myself being stupid, but there's nothing I can do. Screwdriver is screwing it. It is a little bit of a bugger, right? Alright, we got one screw in here in the butt that I need to do. There's another one, but it fell, so I'm gonna have to go find it in the casa. Alright, but this guy's 100% back together. Let's flip him over. Make sure Good. Yeah. So I marked this key too. Ah, fuck you. I marked this key. It was a little weird. I figured if we get a chance, I want to test it, cause like it usually works, but sometimes it wasn't. And we don't have a ton of options for this. We've already tried to repair this key, so I think I'd have to replace the strip, and I really don't want to do that if we can avoid it. If we can sweeten it up, give it a little bit of juice to live a longer day. One more day. Oh man. Let me switch this out. So I'm going to switch this camera over to non-giant zoom mode by flipping the flipping the height of this clamp. It's so silly. But it will. Ah. I believe that's some Amazon. Some deliverage. I think I just heard my doorbell. Let me get a beverage while I'm doing this real quick and go to work. Can't remember what. Oh yeah, I ordered a. Oh yeah. Let's pull that out. Oh, hot, 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 hot. Hot, 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 hot. Actually, it's not too terrible, but it's still pretty damn hot out there. Let's see. Ooh. Fancy. All right, let's take a little bit of a break. We've been a little busy. Could be a land shark. You know what? I was more worried it was going to be somebody, soliciting, like, would you like to join our church? No. No, I would not. It's really weird that you have to ask that. You get a lot of yeses? How often does that work for you, where someone just goes, oh my goodness, yeah. There was a sketch from Bob and Dave when they did the Netflix thing, and they showed that they had the salesman, and the guy's like, I've never made a sale. I've never made it this far. But the whole time the family is like just the perfect person to buy the product, and it keeps, we're troubling you. No, it's fine. We'd love to find out more. No, I don't want to take up too much of your time. I have the whole day. Well, I don't want to intrude. You're not. It's just on and on. They keeps trying to sabotage himself. All right, so we'll replace the pot on this, and we could verify it's working. We could send the 5-volt. We could do that test if we want. We'll just see. See how it plays out. But the mail got something. I'm very curious to see how this is going to play out. I know what you're thinking. Sid, this is an enormous marital aid, and you would be wrong to assume so. What a strange marital aid there. Marital aid. I can't believe that was the code name for him. All right. Oh, this one's fancy. It's got a sheath. Oh, it's like one of those dumb backpack things that you can, like, do. Alright. Is it any good? We'll know in a minute. There's some attachments in their own plastic. Oh shit, there's a lot. There we go. Alright. Let's sort out the big boy here. Ah. Not too bad. Not too good, but not too bad. Yeah, I can't believe this comes with instructions. Thanks, Braj. So, how's this guy? So this is a tripod I got for this weekend. So this weekend is Game On convention here in Phoenix, and I'm gonna go. So I never went. Kind of looks like fun. I had a buddy of mine convince me that I would love it, so I'm like, all right, dude. You know me best. But I needed a better tripod for my selfie stick thing, so I looked into getting this guy. It claims it can be 71 inches, which I was like, really? But that's actually looks to be, you can't even see it. There you go. It actually looks pretty darn tall. Let's see, it has a couple different fixtures here. What the heck is this? Oh, it's like a little clicker. It's like a little Bluetooth thing. Oh, that's cool to arm the camera. Nice. Let's see. Would you go like this? Yeah, I think so. Cool. And then we're gonna put this on top of here. Let me full size this guy. Here, oh, we gotta dig it double down. Oh, I love it. So the plan is, I wanted to be able to stream some arcade and pinball games. And so this, I should be able to put, well, you can't quite, stupid cameras. Should be able to put this right in front. I've even got extra just to do the overhead if we have to. And then I can keep playing and you guys can get a nice shot. Oh, this is a little womble womble. Let me see. Oh, there we go. Just needed tightening. Awesome. That was the best 17 bucks I ever spent. Or 22, I can't remember what it was. And it's got a single shaft throw, which is kind of nice. For the, like, all these line up like that. And there's a nut for loosening this, I think. Ouch. Oh man, I may have goofed it up. I think I got the thing stuck. I spent $100 on Tinder today. I never. So when Tinder came out, as after I already met the missus, so I really don't know how that platform works. I didn't know there was money involved. That can't be good. Oh, I get what this is. Oh wow, this is really stuck though. I might have to put a little bit of grease on this part. Males have to pay. Of course, it's like it's always. There's your first clue. It might be a scam. I'm not. I mean, I know it's not totally, but I mean, that would be. I would get super suspicious. Like, wait, money? I'm not fucking with that. Nah. Ain't got none. Cool. Well, I just needed something better. I have like a nice little deal for IRL and everything, but it's if I go to play pinball or arcades or anything, it just barely works. Like I can put it up on the table and it'll work okay, but certain pinball tables, they're too steep and it just won't work. I've kind of come up with ideas like, oh, I could put like a sandbag, like a little ring or something, but ultimately I'm like, this is just dumb. I should just get a taller stand. And the one I have, it can come up to about chest height. It's about as tall as it gets, so I had to get something a little bit taller, and that seemed to work. Yeah, I know. Well, that's the thing. I don't mean to rub it, but man, I'm so glad I don't have to deal with dating anymore because, oh my God, it just seems like a fucking nightmare out there. Like, I mean, of course people only people post the worst case, but man, there's some pretty crazy worst cases out there where I'm like, man, I'm glad I'm not doing that anymore. Well, that's some bullshit. Well, I don't know, when I first moved to Phoenix, and this is back in 2002, so this is, this is when LiveJournal was the biggest platform out there before MySpace, before Facebook, before the gram. And when I moved to, this is some funny ass story. So when I moved to Phoenix, I'm like 23, 24, something like that. And I go, oh, damn it. And there's this, and mind you, I'm broke. I was living out of my car for a while. I lived on a couch for a really long time. I was broke. I had no business trying to date, but I did anyways because I think I was just horny or something. Yeah, I'm gonna blame it on hormones. But anyways, I'd go on these dates, and there was this website called Gothic Personals, and it was all free, and you'd put up like these personal like ads, and it was unmoderated. It was very, very odd when I think about it now. I'm like, how the fuck did that site even exist? But I would go on dates, and really they weren't so much dates as full-blown adventures in which I would know that I need to remember every moment of this because I'm going to tell it later because no one's going to believe me. or I don't know. It's just, I was like, man, this is a story machine. So, God, I don't even know which one to pull. There were so many dates. So I used to live with my old drummer, and I lived on his couch. And I went on quite a few dates when I was living there. I don't know what the hell I was thinking, but, you know, again, whatever. Let me think. What's a good... Which one? There was the... We'll go with the classic one. I'll go with the classic one. This is a good one. So, I don't even remember the courtship part, you know, literary-wise. I just, I was like, hey, do you wanna meet up? And so we meet up at this mall. I should mention the mall. For people who live here in Phoenix, you'll know this place. It's the, oh wait, did I go to the Metro Center or did we go to Sunny Slope? I might have went to the Sunny Slope Mall. Either way, this is like a terrible part of the city. This is really, really bad. Really crimey and all that. So, but you know, I'm brave. I'm in my 20s. I don't give a shit. So I'm like, hey, she wants to meet up at this mall. She's there, and she's there with a friend. And I'm like, well, that's fine. That's cool. That's perfect. We're just meeting. We're getting to know each other, seeing if there's some chemistry. They immediately want to go somewhere else, and they want to go to one of the people's house. So we end up at this house that's someone's parents' house, and there's like all these other kids and guys around. They're like 20s, you know, in their 20s, and some a little bit younger. And I quickly figure out, oh, this is one of those parents that just lets their kids party. I'm at one of these houses. Okay, check. And oh, you're is $79.95. Let's go with that follow. Let's go. So I should mention, by the time we get to the house, I realize this girl does not like me. She's like, whatever interest she had, it's gone. But we're both pot committed to the date, so we're just gonna ride it out. And I'm genuinely curious where this night's gonna go because I'm like, none of this is planning it. No, this is weird. So we hang out there for a while. Eventually, one of her friends joins us. Now, the girl from earlier, I think she eventually just vanishes. I don't know what happened to that. And but I'm with my original date and her friend. And now her friend is actually, I'm like, you know, hey, maybe this isn't going to work out, but maybe I can meet this girl. Maybe something can happen there. But I'm not even going to go into all the fucking red flags that I immediately was seeing by spending time with that girl. You know, like there's that, you know, that relationship of crazy and hot. Well, that was kind of like in a weird proportion. Where I was like, oh, this chick's kind of hot. Oh, this chick's really crazy. Oh, yeah, I'm gonna pass. But again, still pot committed, still on this date, and still just like, what the hell? What's gonna go on? What's gonna? So we end up doing the classic goth thing of my generation of goths, going to a Denny's or a diner. This case, it was a diner, and smoking cigarettes and drinking coffee. I used to smoke back then. And so we're smoking and hanging out, and eventually the night's starting to wind down. And this is the weirdest part. This is the part that I was like, what the fuck have I gotten myself into? So the gal that I was like, oh, she's kind of cute, but she's crazy. So she's the one with the car, effectively. So she like has to go and taxi all these people around. So I'm just in the back seat by myself. And the gal I think I originally ride with, she may be in the passenger seat. She might have bailed out. I can't remember at this point. I just remember our last pickup for the night. So they're near where I'm at, and because I lived near Metro Center, near that mall. And but I'm quickly like thinking like I don't think I want them to know where I live. And then that's confirmed when we go and we pick up this one. We stop at this Metro Center. It's a big round circular mall format, you know, that they have, and there's all these like little things on the other side of that road that circles it. And there's like this hotel. And we pull up, and this is really before cell phones, and the gal driving just taps the horn twice or 3 times, whatever, something like that, like burp, 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 burp. And this is 2:30 in the morning. This gal comes out of one of the hotel rooms, and I'm like, this is interesting. And you know, she's all gothed up and everything, and she's walking out of the hotel room, and I guess we're there to pick her up, and I'm like, oh, that's strange. And then like there's after she walks out, I don't know if I should even say this. After she walks out, like it's like a Disney thing with the seven dwarves or something. Like this one dude pops out without his shirt on, smoking a cigarette, and then another, and then another, and I think like it was about 4 of these like guys. They're all stepping out for a smoke out of the same room that she came out of, and I'm like, oh, okay. I mean, to each his own, but I want to leave now. So thankfully, we're dropping me off, and I have them take me like a whole block up the road from where I live. And I go, here I am. I'm over here. There's like another complex, and I'm like, they're like, okay, well, can we come in and hang? Oh no, my roommate's asleep. I better not. Take care. And they're like, well, we'll wait and make sure you get in. No need. And eventually I have to feign like I'm getting, but I don't even have a key to the gate to get into the place, so I just kind of walk around like I'm going into like the office. And they take off, and then I get in and get to my apartment, and my roommate's up waiting, and he's like, dude, what happened? I'm like, you're never going to believe this, man. Basically what I said, I tried to remember everything I could, and honestly, I'm scraping out. There's a lot of weird details. Like, oh, that house with all those kids. Oh my God! It was something straight out of like of the movie Kids. It was just like, what the fuck is? Yeah, man, it was wild. I don't miss those adventures, but I'm sure I'm glad I had them. You know, like I mean, they sucked, but they're, and that was just one, man. There was another one. I went all the way to fucking Mesa. I went on a 4-hour bloody bus ride. Oh, that was, anyways. All right. The point is, there is no point. All right. Well, I hope I haven't put anybody to sleep permanently with that great tale of harrowing narcissism. I don't know if it's narcissism. You know how it is. You go on a date. Sometimes there's sparks. Sometimes there's not. Remember somebody was asking about that on the stream, and I'm like, you can go on a date, and the two of you can just not like each other, and that's fine. That's normal. Really, the fact that you go on a date and you both hit it off is kind of neat. The other way around is perfectly status quo. All right, what am I doing here? I'm trying to pull up. There it is. Well, we're just going to dab. Oh, I know what I need to do. I need to go see if I have these pots. Something's wrong with your spark plugs. How do you know? What am I doing? I'm looking for pots. I have to go high. Ah. Ah. No, don't fall. Don't do that. Alright, let's see if we have... Okay, I got These 100Ks, they have a dent. They do. Are they the right height? They are. Okay. So we got these and these. These are these 10Ks? No, these are hundreds too. Okay, well, I don't know. And then I think I have some more, but yeah, here's a bunch of wonky ones. These are 10Ks. Yeah, all right. I think we can. And I have some more somewhere else. I think I have some in this bin from a friend. Oh! Oh my God, guys. Get ready for spaghetti, because it just gets that Eddie with the leady, because the leady was dry. Mates, get ready, because we got none other than duct tape DevOps coming in with that piping hot and ready or not, because it's never going to stop. Let's go. Let's go. Mate, welcome in. Oh, I know what this is for. There we go. Mate, thank you so very much for the raid. Welcome in, Raiders. Oh, damn it. Guys, if you're not familiar with duct tape DevOps, go do yourself a favor. Slam on that link. Go check it out. Do a little ocular pat down, and then slam on that follow button. They do all kinds of content. Man, I don't know. There's a lot. It's going to be in the sci-tech realm. I'll put it that way. I'll make it easy for you. It's in the sci-tech realm, which is all you need to know. You just know if this is your favorite kind of biscuits or your absolute favorite kind of biscuits. Did some streamer bot work. There you go. So there you go. Did some streamer bot work and then decided to do it all in Python. AI tech, feeble attempts at music. There you go. Yeah, that's a bit. There we go. Just general nerding around. We came in at a good time, mate. We're about to perform a surgery on this rude boy. We need to take this pot off. It's broke. The shaft's shattered down the bottom, so it doesn't rotate correctly. I don't know what size this pot is. It's not written on the side. So when we get it off, I believe it's 100, because that's what the other ones measure. But you know, it wouldn't be funny if it wasn't. Honestly, yeah, I think it is going to be 100 because all these pots are going to be identical because of how this works. You have a single chip here. This is I think this is a microchip, yeah. So you've got your MCU here, and then you can tell there's no muxing or anything. It's just bust out to all these points, and then it's just a voltage swing that it reads from the chips on there. Pretty easy, pretty simple, and beautiful. I've heard some say even nerdier than OpenSet. There you go. Not enough dancing cats loops is is where the gap is, where that gap might be. Some weird words written on here. I don't know what they mean. Source mix. Oh, wait. Never mind. I'm going to stop. All right. My nose itches, and it doesn't. I kind of want to get something to drink. I've been not to get too deep into the personal life, but I've been very worried that I might be getting kidney stones again. So I'm having that come to Jesus moment, and I'm just I'm just not drinking soda pop anymore. And okay. I had soda for lunch, but it was a fountain. I don't know if that really counts, 'cause it's almost all water. But I kind of want to get some coffee. I have some coffee. But I don't have a drip brewer. I use a French press. So there's a little bit of a back and forth for me to make it happen. But we can maybe mix a couple of things in to make it work. I don't know. I'm just really thirsty. And this water is boring tasting. And the other option I have is beer. Like, I could drink some beer, but I only have like 3 beers left, and I really just don't feel like it, you know? Like, I'm like, it's not really what I want on my tongue. You know, I'm gonna have to like sell myself on it by drinking the first one really quick. Sometimes you really want that, but not right now, so I don't know. I feel like coffee is just the best way to go. It's good for you too. Well, kind of good for you. Just start drinking pure butter instead. The kidney stones will be really the least of your problems. I forgot to order 1206 caps. 805s would be fine. Yeah, if you can get them to fit. There's oh wait, are you talking about for the ornament and crime? Here, I'm going to do my coffee. Cuz I'm going to do this. I'm going to quit talking about it. I'm wasting time talking. I can just be doing. I can bring chat with me. Look at that. So on that ornament and crime, I want to say those caps, the reason they're a bigger size is that load is heavier. Like they may be a higher wattage or whatever. With the possibility of cooking a couple of caps over a long period of time, go for it, because it's not going to hurt nobody. I can't quite remember what I think it's for, there's a power regulator off the main system. But if you ask me, I haven't done the math, I haven't looked, but I believe that's overkill. And that you could easily get by with less. Can you do parallel? I forget how that works, to be honest. I forget the rule. I think you can. Oh wait, I gotta rinse this better. You know, though, if you really don't want to wait too long, you might look on, what's it called? Amazon. Because 1206 is a fairly common size sold on there. And you may be able to get it from a warehouse, so you could get it within a short period of time instead of waiting weeks and years and days. I'm making coffee, guys. I'm sorry. I'm trying to be quick. I'm trying to be lickety-split. But there's only so much I can do before my split licking becomes beyond my control. Oh yes, that's right. If I remove my kidneys and sell them for an easy 20K pop a piece, That's 40K. Who knows? I may be able to sell the pair for 50. I feel like a matched pair would go for more in the underground organ selling market. Then, yeah, I won't have kidneys, I won't have a prop. You're right. Bing, bang, boom. Running in parallel adds them together, so yeah, there you go. You could get away with it. I don't. Most of the time, they're there's a ton of headroom. So, like, in my experience, anyways, and from what what I keep seeing over and over, when it says you need 10, you measure it and you're only seeing 4. And the reason is that you usually just double whatever your expectation is to add that headroom to cover variables. So if you can get it to fit in there and it works, it's the proper capacitance and whatever, then go. Oh yeah, the butter thing. Yeah. Would I still be able to enjoy these large sticks of salted butter? Oh no, and I got water all over there. Oh yeah. I forgot. We were like, you like today's shirt? It's kind of cool. It's cool when my mom bought it. No, I'm kidding. My cat bought it for me. Is there a Hansen Sabi tribute stream? I don't know who that is. I feel like I should, though, so I feel really embarrassed. Like, maybe I should shut up. Just quit talking about it. I'm kidding. I'll never stop. Hey. Alright. So, let's see if we can get this thing pulled off of here and before the hot water heats up. I don't know. That's a tricky one. I should probably turn my iron on so I have a fighting chance. But we can turn it on before the kettle heats up. That'd be neat. It'd be something to brag about. Tell people back home. Or it would be worse is that it like starts whistling and then I'm like stuck here. So we're gonna put a whole bunch. Oh, what the hell's going on? Oh, weird. I really gotta clean up some of these cables. So we're gonna put the goo of 1,000 sins. Oh, look at that. There's a lot of sin on there. That is, wow. That's a Protestant nightmare. And then, oh shit, it's out of focus. And then we're gonna mix it with some low melt. Oh, my coffee. You're a BRB. He's sometimes. Oh, really? All right. this brew for 5 minutes. Set a timer for 5 minutes. Nobody's helping. I know, right? I didn't want to say anything, Sargosa, you know. I didn't want to be rude. I've been taking care of myself, though. Still a chime going. What the hell is that from? Alright, joint streaming against one's will. Yeah, you know, whatever. Okay. Let's get back to it. Get up on it. Oh. Oh, and then I need you on too. Actually, this thing is in my way, so let me move it over here. Yeah, I knew I was going to do that. So what we're doing here is we're mixing low melt solder with the lead-free solder that's on here. I found this is probably the easiest way to remove large components. Almost really components in general, like especially through-hole stuff. It's just 100 times easier to deal with. Alright, that looks pretty well mixed. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab the jack from underneath and I'm just going to move it back and forth when I heat these joints up. Honestly, I could hit the back with hot air too. Let's just see if we can do it without hot air, because not everybody has hot air in their life. So make sure that's nice and toasty. Looks good. Nice and toasty. Oh, these are on there really good, actually. I may have to. Oh, wow. What the hell? Alright, there might be something else going on here, because this is not budging. Right, it's really hot. Alright, let's hot air it, because that should work. I'm going to put it to hot air to 380. I don't know if we're going to be able to see it. I have a pretty big nozzle on here, so I'm just kind of moving it around just to heat the whole board. But you can see that low melt on the pins on the far left. They're already melting. Starting to get melting there on the first lug. gotta stop my timer here. So it's kind of working, but it's not. Okay, I got one side out. Try to pull these pens. There we go. So now I'm just working it back and forth. There it goes. It comes out. I think I was being impatient. Classic me. Classic me. Speaking of impatient, let me go grab that delicious coffee. Cafe. Oh yeah, let me do a dab. Well, what temperature do you put it on? So the hot air was at 380. I usually just run at 380 C for most things. Like if I'm dealing with unleaded solder, I'll start it off at 420 C. And I usually just crank it up because a lot of the times it's a, you know, chroma or lead-free solder. It's sucks. All right, second here's a couple of scoops of sugar, or times 2. Do a little. And away we go. Yeah, I'm really trying to quit drinking Dr. Pepper. It's the only soda I drink. Well, maybe root beer, but I don't drink root beer very regularly. But the doctor, oh, the doctor. We've got some history. All right, what was the value of this rude boy? Hey, shit. That's not good. It's 103. Oh, wait, we have that. Never mind. We do have that. Okay, good. And check out, it's really broke. Look what happened to it. Where are my hands? There they are. I didn't do that. I didn't crack it like that. I didn't do shit. I didn't do any of this. This is all my fucking thing. Yeah, you can see how the shafts are just all jacked too, yeah. Oh well. It was a good try. $96C? I don't know what mine's at. It's pretty hot. Alright, dab. Dab in the place where you live. Smoke some, now get a high and talk about the things that are bothering you now. The bong is there to put in the ganj. The ganj is there to put in your lungs. good. It's funny, I don't have a... I found my old laser thermal, but it doesn't work. Oh, that's right, and I was thinking about fixing it. The only problem is it's like a $20 tool. You just go buy one at the depot for 20 bucks. So I'm kind of on the fence about fixing it, but I was running across, I was like, man, it'd be nice to have this thing back because, you know, my camera's great, but this thing is much faster. A little bit more practical. So, as with all low melt solder, we must remove it from its, move it. I don't know, that was a whole story. We're just going to have to take it off. But do not despair, for it will only suck a little. Yeah, well, I think that I think it took some sort of hit, like something bumped that jack and it cracked it. Not really sure, not really caring. I mean, I like to know how things break for my own personal, like how did I do that? But you know how other people break it? I'm like, who knows? And you know, just shit happens too, so there's always that factor. What the hell? Looks like there's shit on the other side. It looks... Oh. Is it solder? Or is it... Oh, no, it is solder. Alright, whatever. I don't care. Let's just keep... This isn't going to be the first stick of wick that we're going to have to use, so... Yeah, I need to add some flux. Let's just start over. Because this wick is shit. Shit. Now. We'll add some freshie here. Trim it. And let's add some goo. That should help. John Wick with a fucking pencil. Yeah, I kind of like came up with a remake of the Future song. It's like solder wick, flux and solder wick. two cups, fresh out of domain. Straight ball into a whole other domain. Alright. So, I don't know. There's still a little bit left here. Let's see if we can get a little bit more here. Alright. Let's flip it over and take care of these nasties. Nasties. Probably gonna have to kick the zoom in. Let me see if I can get by without adding flux, because I think there's enough in here and enough that kind of dribbled on the other side of the board that I might be able to. Nope. So we do it this way. I may, since these are such large pads, I may turn up the juice here. Even though I got my giant iron. Man, what the hell, bro? Yeah, let me turn up my iron. It's not being cool. And I'll add a little bit of lube, solder lube to make it easier, but I'm already a little bit offended. I'm gonna rotate this too, so I quit almost burning stuff. Don't want to be burning Sanders. That wasn't very funny. It's kind of an okay joke, kind of dated. As weary wind slid through the tindy shop, desoldering equipment left and right. All the cops at the tindy shop say, way-oh, way-oh. Right. Radio. It was so long ago. The words Radio Shack barely still resonate in my ear. I remember the days before they were a cell phone provider. Before they were a budget variation of an AV service, providing home theater systems that no one had ever fucking heard of. Brands like Tonqua and Kaluk. Who would want a bunch of speakers with the word Kaluk on them? Man, this light is pissing me off because it keeps flickering it. I swear to God, light, I will beat you within an inch of your light. As much as it sucks that, honestly, though, that they're gone, I kind of okay with the alternative. I mean, it sucks that everything has to be mail order, but what are you gonna do? What are you going to do about it? What can you do? Huh? What can you do? You can welcome in one of Twitch's craziest Germans coming. We got the brutes are coming in with that piping hot, ready or not, big bop, no stop, big flop, 10 times that pop. Let's go. Oh my goodness. Oh my God. Guys, if you are not familiar with our friend the Brutzler, go change that. What? I wrote the thing. I wrote shout out. Did I misspell shout out? That's happened before. There we go. Now it's working. Look at all that craziness. No micro center here. Chronic. So, welcome in, Raiders. Welcome in, Zabrutzler. Let's go, guys. We're working on well, I don't know. We got a couple of things we're doing. We had a keyboard today that we worked on Saturday, and we kind of confirmed that the mod chip, there's like a mod chip in there, that it's not working. And then, but I was kind of tired, so we hung it up. And today we tested it with the scope, and yeah, there ain't no nothing happening. And I'm pretty confident it's not working, so I'm going to contact the maker of it and see if they could, at best, send me the file and then I can just flash it, or at worst, mail me another one. Hopefully that's the worst. And we can pop the new chip in. But for the time being, the original issue was the pot on this unit broke, and so we pulled the pot off, and now I'm just cleaning off the low melt solder that's on there, and then we're going to put a new one on, and I think so. We couldn't verify that data was coming out of it, so depending on how the time is, we can simulate what I think was wrong and fix it. There's four pins on this that it actually uses. One's data, which is exactly what you think. One's ground, exactly what you think. One's the 7-volt power, but there's the coil and the thing is screwed up, and it's providing closer to 10 volts. And anyways, and then there's another one called busy. And busy is, I believe, the keyboard's response when it won't take anything. Makes sense. And the keyboard gives, on the keyboard side, if I trace back, it's in a ready state, and busy is 5 volts high. But when I go and get it up to here, it's like 1 volt, 1.24 volts or something like that. And the mod chip intercepts. So the mod chip isn't able to put out the 5 volts to tell this thing that it's good. So I think I can, and we didn't see any data come out because I think it's waiting for the busy to go low or to go high for it to go, okay, now I can send data, and it never does. So I kind of wanted to test that theory out just to kind of understand how this stuff works a little bit better too. There's not anything we can do with this information, but it would be nice to know, like, okay, this thing will work once we plug it in. It's confirmed. Oh god, I got so much to catch. Oh yeah, someone was asking about electronic shops. That's a tough one. I know about the ones in for really just U.S. and a couple for Canada, but I'm pretty dumb on options for Europe other than the really obvious ones. And even then, I've been told by a lot of people, like, oh well, the tariffs are really bad, or there's taxes or whatever that really make it expensive. So I kind of have to respectfully go, I don't know. You have to go to sleep? No worry. Brutzer, take care. Have a great night. Thank you again for the raid. Stay guile, my friend. Stay guile. Mike is Tinytronic NL. Oh, you're the. No, I know. You guys are talking about shops. Let's go. Yeah, the ones in the U.S. Obviously, there's Mauser, DigiKey. Those are the big ones. There's a little bit of some interesting ones like Aero Electronics and Tata. Tata Electronics is international, and you can get them. They're not the worst. Honestly, I buy from them pretty regularly. They're not too bad. And then what's another? I know I'm forgetting another large company, but and then the smaller companies here in the U.S. or North America for like hobby stuff would be tubesandmore.com, which is Antique Electronic Supplies, the actual name. I don't know why the domain doesn't line up, but anyways, tubesandmore.com, they have an awesome supply of stuff for parts. And then there's SynthCube is really, really stepping up their game on being able to supply stuff. They acquired Small Bear, which was a really great pedal supplier, part supplier, and DIY supplier. So they've been able to do that. I've heard some mixed reviews about how that's worked, but I mean, at the end of the day, if you get your stuff, should be okay. Love My Switches is a good one. It used to be called bitcheslovemyswitches.com, but when you go to the site, there's like Mr. and Mrs. Switches. So I believe he grew up a little bit, but nonetheless, it's a great site for parts and those Davies knobs that I love to use. That is the cheapest place to get them. They're clones, so the shit will rub off, but it doesn't matter. They cost like you can get it. I don't know. I don't remember. You can get them down really low, and they have this crazy thing in their cart with the bulk purchasing. So there's multiple colors. Those all ring in as one order. So you can buy 100 reds, 100 whites, 100 blacks, 100 yellows, and it'll count that all as 400. And if you get another 100 orange, that'll count as 5, and that gives you your price discount. So you can really use that too to your advantage, because it's not a lot of people do that. And I haven't checked it lately. Maybe they fixed their shopping cart, because I was gonna exploit the fuck out of that. So I'm like, yo, I want that discount, because I buy a lot. Kind of got a problem. Yeah, oh, Newark. That's what I was trying to think of. Thank you. Yeah, Newark is another one. Although I've heard mixed things about people in certain parts of Europe being able to get stuff from them. But again, it's, I'm trying to just speak of places here in the U.S. That operate, that are ones you could get to. And then, and at the same time, these are also great options, I think, for some people over in Europe. I just don't know what the prices are. Your mileage may vary. But companies like Tata, Newark, Mauser, DigiKey, those are all fantastic ones. And, I was looking up recently, and I've been telling this people, so, we're all into soldering here. And a lot of people, I recommend getting these practice solder kits. And you can get them on Amazon and AliExpress. You can find them. But you can also just buy them from Mauser. If you go to Mauser, here, well, fuck, why don't I just put my money where my face is. I also want to see if this coffee is too hot. Is it cooled down enough? It's good. It's good. Oh man, that actually that hit the spot. What do you think? You want some? You want some coffee? I'm just kidding, you son of a bitch. What a fucking loser. Okay, so cruising along, and I thought there was a section. Should be a section called educational. Let me do it. Here we go. So under tools and supplies, that's right, that's where it is. So it would have been in the main menu. So you can find, there you go, books, media, gadgets. Here's educational kits. That brings it down to $229. Let's do the classic. Break this down to a tenth of what it is. Yeah, there you go, 89. And there's all kinds of little things in here. I suggest kind of shopping around. A lot of these aren't going to do anything interesting, so maybe, maybe you look at the price or whatever, but once you find something, let's see if we can find something that might... I like this light thing. What is that? It's $2. Perfect. This looks neat as hell and possibly will make me cool among my friends and coworkers. Or not. Oh man, there's no, where's the documentation? There's nothing here. I guess we'd have to go to their website. To find out more. I thought they had more details. I feel stupid. Let's do this. So this is Adafruit. This is the 4036. So Adafruit actually has like this really simple setup for their models. So here it is. So we can see what the kit really... Oh, please don't be loud. Why'd you start there in the middle? That doesn't seem right. Oh, it's a 5-minute thing? Yeah, let's turn it. I feel like this is...
Project.
Okay. It's all
Okay. I wish they had like a build of it though. Maybe they do in this video. That does not look like that. It looks like they're taking it out. I don't know. This may be a bad example. I may have fucked up. I probably should have planned this better. Let's try one. Let's try one other thing. I saw other things that would work. Let's see. I'd like to get something. Let's see. Maybe we could get a. We got DIY kit. Starter kit, maybe? Let's see what that is. Oh, that's really expensive. That's not it. I did that run, didn't I? So, let's see. Prototyping, optoelectrical kits, color IoTs, electromechanical educational kits. Maybe let's try that. That's not it. That's a cool thing, but that's not what I'm trying to give an example of. Damn it. Let's see, DIY kits maybe? It just says there's 2. Let's see what they are. It's the same thing. Well, what's this? This is expensive, though. I don't want to do that. There should be some that are just dumb lights. Like, they're just chasing lights a lot of the time. And that's what I was trying to give it as an example, but of course. Yeah, because these are real projects. I don't really want anybody to strive with that. What I'm trying to do is find, like, an example of these little tests, these little practice projects. But yeah, I am not running across what I thought I would. I don't know if I'm in the wrong section. Yeah, I'm not seeing what I'm trying to get an example of, so I don't know. I'm feeling doom. See, books, media, educational kits, wearables, gadgets, gizmos. Yeah, we're in the right spot, but I don't, I'm not finding what I thought I could have sworn I'd seen before. These are cool, but most of these have to do with programming, and there isn't a whole lot of soldering, which is not what I'm trying to do. These are not the droids. Let's try, let me try DigiKey, because I could have sworn I went and saw this. Let's see, would it be under... There we go. Let's educational. Yeah. I feel like I'm about to step through the same thing. This is like almost exactly the same organization. It is the same organization. In stock. And then, man, I don't even know. There's so many different things. I don't want anything with Arduino. Kit type. Oh, do we have one that's just soldering? There we go. That's what... Here we go. Oh, wow, that's very expensive. Let's go with, what? Huh. Nightlight. Blinker. Okay. Yeah, this is kind of it. I don't know. I give up. I thought I had a better example. I'll try to put a post together later so I have a better example. Because I thought I'd seen these on Mauser in the past. Well, I know. I'm positive I did. I don't know. Whatever. Guys, we got a game of basketball. Looks like it's about to start. Exclamation point. Join will put you into the game of games. Looks like Fire is the only one in. Don't let Firebrand only play against themselves. That's weird. Yeah, you are going to win, though. That's a guarantee. I would fight you, I would play, but I really should probably... I can't solder. Like a boss battle, I could kind of do both. Oh, you guys are going to hate yourselves for missing this. Wow. Glad I'm not you. I'm gonna play with myself. Yeah, I know. I love playing with myself. Sometimes it's fun to play with others, but sometimes it feels weird. So. All right, suckers, sucker MCs. Sucker MCs gonna recognize. All right, we got our iron up to 4,000 billion million degrees. I gotta get this chunk of solder to come to this other side. I don't know if it's gonna happen. It did not. Ah, you son of a biscuit. Son of a bitch. Damn, fire. You're already just slamming through it. I like it. Ugh. Maybe I should get a... Nah, there's still room on this. This thing has barely been used. This wick. Still got... Oh, shit. Alright, I don't know, man. What if that's like... I don't... I'm gonna try something here. Because usually you can just... If it's... You can usually poke this. But no. I could... let's put a little solder in it and just try to take it out with some solder. The solder on solder ensemble. Alright, so that solder should mix with whatever the fuck that thing is, if it's solder, and it should wick the hell out. Stay tuned, we'll find out. And now this. There it goes. Ah. Was that good for you as it was for me? Don't answer. I don't want to go. You know what? Since we're at molten lava hot, let's clean up these guys here too, because they could use a little extra decon. Beautiful. And let's do some cleanup. And kill this fan. I still haven't made an order with Northridge yet. Oh yeah, damn it. It's like really burnt goo. Oh, you know that's from the hot air, I bet. Nice. this side off. Well, actually, we're gonna have to come back, so let's clean the other side here. This guy's really nasty. Nasty. Just gonna hit it with the old alcohol and the old clean room wipe. And just rub it on there. On there. There's like a little bit of a... I don't know if that's from the solder or what. It's a little sticky. Or not scrape. It's sticky, scrapey. It's, I don't know. It's not as beautiful as I would like it all to be. All right. Let's see if we have the right pot. I'm pretty sure I do. But not mega sure. Sure. So where did that guy go? I didn't throw it away already, did I? I guess I did. That was ill planned of me. Well, shit. Was it 104 or 103? I need to know, because I can't remember now. And I have doubt. I hope I threw it in here. Fresh trash can, though. I don't see it in here. Maybe I wasn't that dumb. No, wait, that's the wrong one. Ah, I found it. What does this say? This says 103. Ah, this is 104. Let's see. I think this is 104 as well. Yeah. Well, these aren't right. This says 10. Oh, yo, 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 let's go, guys. Get ready for the spaghetti, because it's about to get heavy. We got DJ Doey coming in with that never stoppin', never poppin', go boppin', be bobbin', slobbin'. Let's go.
We ain't found shit.
DJ Doey, thank you so much for that raid. Guys, if you're not familiar with the Doey, go change that. Variety streams, but of the scientific and fun, nerdy things. And where Microgates, thank you so much for that follow. Welcome into the channel. How was your stream? How far did you get, mate? I may have been working on that. I've been on the sidelines trying to see if I can help. There is a couple of goofy new things in that whole build. That reset thing is great. I remember that, and I was like, what the hell? That's kind of a dick move, brah. I thought I had a 103, but this is not marked correctly. This is just a lie. This is a bag of lies. I have some more, but smaller components left are resistors. The box of shame. I've actually been trying to clean stuff out of that box. Well, welcome in, mate. It's wonderful to see you. So glad you guys are able to raid in. Let me go look over here real quick, so I don't forget again. What the hell? Because I'm pretty sure my buddy gave me a whole bunch of those pots. Yeah, here they are. Here's some more. And I can always rob Paul to pay Peter, because I can always hook them back up. Let's see if any of these are 10s. Meg, 1 mega ohm. Last chance bag. I think these are hundreds too, so it's gonna be sad. Yeah, 104, 104, 104, 104. So I'm gonna have to order that. I don't think I have one in the casa, because this is like all. Good news is, though, earlier, I can't remember if it was like minutes ago or days ago, but we were talking about electronics providers, and there is one here in town that gets these pots. They have them in stock, and they are also one of the better prices. Now their prices kind of fluctuate, but the fact that they're down the road kind of makes it worth it. Thanks for the help. Oh, you bet. I love working on it, man. Paul. So these are 1 megs. Here's some hundreds. I'm just gonna put this in my collection here. That sucks. I'm trying to think of anywhere else I might have some of these pots, but nothing's really coming to mind. So we may have to just move on to our next project and put this off to the side until I can get that pot in. I could probably get it in before next week. And you know what? That'll kind of work out, because then... Now we still could test this. I'm pretty confident my guess was right earlier, that the issue is that it's the busy is high and it needs to. So I don't know how useful it is to test that theory, but we could let's just work on that power supply. That power thing is cool. It's stupid, but it's cool. What can you deconstruct? I don't think I have anything with 10K pots. And there's nothing I really want to harvest it from. I have a couple of things that use those pots. I'm pretty sure they're not 10. I think they're hundreds or somewhere in that range, or 50s even. Yeah, I mean, it is conceivable. I could do that. I wonder even if it would matter, because I was thinking about it and I'm like, wait, would it really mess it up? I mean, it's 10x more, but it's just a voltage divider. Oh well. It's better to have the right part instead of having to desolder that thing twice, because that's going to start to beat up the board. Alright, well. I'm down to clown. Yeah, I don't have anything close. Closest thing I have is 100. Nah. Is that C3 and C4 that you're talking about? I think that's what I did too. I don't think I put the right ones in ever. Let me look. Now you got me wondering. Now you got me wondering if I soldered my shit in like a crackhead or not. Let's see, I've got one here. Can I finger loosen these bolts? No. Is the Allen key nearby? Yes. This isn't so bad. Okay. Cracked both those. Let me pull this out. I want to see what I did. So I can't remember. I probably have those caps. Yeah, I have those caps. Man, I don't think I ever cleaned this board. Yeah, C4, C3, there they are. It kind of looks like it though, doesn't it? Yeah, I don't know what the ratings difference is for them. But again, I think you'll be all right. I think it's overkill. Like we were saying earlier, I think they I think they kind of like, so the rule with capacitors, or not even the rule of thumb, not even a real thing. It's just something that keeps getting hand waved in. Is that if your system is a 12-volt system, you need to have a cap that's rated for 24 volts. And they don't make 24-volt caps, so you usually buy 25s. Well, they do make them, but they're expensive, so you'll buy a 25-volt cap. And but the reality is, you could easily get away with 16 volts, which is a common one. You could get away with other, lower in that voltage. It'd probably be okay. You could probably even ride right on the edge of a 12 volt in your system, and your caps will probably never pop or anything. It does put a lot of stress on them, more than I think they would normally expect, but I also think that's what their stats are written under, is that max load. Hey, can I see your polarized caps on your board? I want to see if I oriented mine correctly. Well, there's only one way to do it. There's well, I guess there's a 50-50, but these are cute because they just go both the same way. But they both have just the discs. They have the little curve at the top. These are the ones you're talking about, right? This one's a little tricky to solder. You definitely want to put a lot of flux on here when you go to do this if you haven't already, because the solder will jump and you'll get a bridge very easily. This one, see how it's kind of shifted off to the side, but it works. But just a heads up when you're working on it, because I remember I created a bunch of bridges and I wasn't happy about it. Rage overset me. Oh, the ones in the Tinsy, they go which way? Because there's only one way they can go. There's a dot for positive on both sides. So you couldn't mess it up, even, I mean, unless you intentionally put the triangle in the round hole. And we're like, yeah, man, I don't give a fuck, man. Triangles are for weirdos. Oh, that's funny. This monitor is reflecting green on my shirt because we're looking at such a green board. Or maybe not. I don't know what that is. Maybe I'm disappearing like Michael J. Fox's character in Back to the Future. Alright, this is enough embarrassing shit solder skills with Sid. Welcome to Shitty Soldering with Sid. So today, Sid's gonna solder some shitty. Alright, let me reload this coffee cup. And a little bit extra sugar. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. That's the sound the sugar makes when I put it in. As you can tell, I did 2 oh yeahs, so just two little scoops of sugar. Just trying to watch my man figure. Starting to in, no worries. Seen in Dallas? Oh yeah, LA's that way too. When we live streamed from LA, I didn't show it, but I explained it. Because I was absolutely appalled and fascinated. I can't help but be like, oh, that's disgusting and amazing at the same time. I've never seen that before. I always thought people had, you know, shame and respect, but wow, that whoever did that didn't. And then later we walked back and someone had stepped through it. That was funnier. I was like, oh, whoever that was, that must be. Hope they were wearing shoes and not flip-flops. That's all I'm saying. Let's have a couple dabs real quick before we start handling high electronic voltage. It only makes sense. You know, whenever I'm dealing with dangerous high electronic voltage, I like to get really baked. Oh, I thought I was waiting for it to heat up. I forgot to hit the button. Oh my god. I've had to do long luggage rolls. I hate that. Carry luggage on your back. Yeah. When I travel, I usually travel with two good-sized pieces. That was a free dab. I don't even know why I did the pose. Yeah, when I travel, I have 2 pieces of luggage. I have a pretty good-sized suitcase. and then I have my Pelican 1510 case, and I check both those in. And then I have my backpack, which is pretty good size. Victoronics. I always never know how to pronounce that company's name, but I think it's Victoronics. I have one of those backpacks. It's also a rolling bag. It has like a little deal that shuttles out. It's a great bag. Mrs. Heresy. I discovered an old one a long time ago, and I had it for years, and then Mrs. Heresy was able to get me another one to replace the old one. Yeah, Pelicans are excellent. It's what I have all my tools in there. For I'm thinking about for KnobCon, so everyone's bringing their synths, everyone's bringing their stuff, and I like part of me, I just want to go. I don't want to like work in any capacity. I really want this kind of be a vacation, but there's a little tiny piece of me that's going like, do you, man? Are you sure? What if? I'm just saying. What if you loaded up your Pelican with all your video gear and brought that with you? And I'm like, yeah, that probably wouldn't be a bad idea, because then we could stream pretty easily. And I wouldn't even need a computer. Well, we could do a computer too. So, we'll see. We'll see. One of the cool things with these ATEMs is that they have a USB port on them, and if you connect that to a phone, you can tether a phone, and you can stream directly out of that without any external computer. There's a button you can press that will activate it. You preload in your stream key and credentials and all that, and it just works. That's why I'm like, well, maybe I should ring that. But, because it would be handy to be able to stream. Like, I want to take my little one so I could go and do IRL streams and just throw the shit in the backpack. I'd have to rig up something for ventilation because it gets hot. But if I could figure something out for it, it would be kind of cool to be able to just stream, you know, with a multi-camera setup, not just a phone stream, really. Like being able to run all these different cameras and so forth, but you could do it from anywhere. That's pretty juicy. Maybe about a whole streaming server to get to use it. Hey, Oddball. You got the Volca modular? Then you have a synth. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, I have the mini. I've kept my mini. I replaced my mini with the Extreme. Now I have the Mini Pro, but I believe the other one does it as well. I think they all do it. It's not that it's baked into the firmware. But so I still have my 4-channel one, and I may bring that. I don't know. I got to think about this. Yeah, I said baked in. I regret saying that. Can we just pretend like I never did? That was dumb. It's not even true, because now I think about it, I'm like, wait, I think it was added in a firmware. Alright, I'm going to turn my iron down, too. It's just staring at me saying 480. Cool it down, mon. Oh, shit. That's probably a clue I've had enough dabs if I kind of zoned out halfway into a dab. Alright. I gotta fish this thing out under the table. I thought about doing it in advance, and then I was like, no, this is out of the way. Let's keep it out of the way. How are you doing? What do you mean? In relation to what exactly? Oh, wow. Now this thing won't even boot up anymore. I see it just flashing. Like the whole system's dead, so awesome. Because now we should have a more definite... Because the computer, so there's like a little... Ah, shit, I forgot about this. Can I pull this power cable? There we go. Oh, pizza box coming in. Hot, fresh, and delicious. Damn, that was heavy. I hate how heavy this thing is. Alright, now we have the ability to actually see it failing. Because before I didn't have the little sleepy eye adapter for the power, but now I do. Oh yeah, let me fish that all out real quick. Because I did have to run it. Back behind. Alright, I'm going to plug this sleepy thing back in. So we have power from this outlet. Show you guys what it's doing. And it may not do it. Ow, fuck my ass in the face. Ah, I hit my knee right on the table. Right on the funny bone. Oh. Oh. Why does it hurt more when I'm older? Ah. What cruel fucking joke of nature is that? Oh, when you get older, it hurts more. Oh, thanks. Who came up with that design? Okay, so here's the unit. Here's the front, obviously. And what we're going to have is this little screen will read up, and then these are the different outlets. There's 8 on the back, and they're all breakered. But they keep resetting and re-breakering when you plug it in. So let's plug it in. Okay, there it goes. It's booting up. Let's see if it can actually... It's kind of behaving all right. Now it dips down to 100 milliamps, which is honestly really low for it. I saw it much higher. Give it a couple. Let me give it a couple seconds here. And there we go. Now it's rebooting again. It's going to go through that process. It's going to keep trying to confirm. Now, yeah, and now it's rebooting even faster. So we have this switch here that actually supplies output. Yeah, now it won't even boot. It just keeps cycling. So we have a major failure, I think, on this unit. Yeah, look at that. It just keeps flashing on and on. So I'm going to put this in the trash or something. Just don't want anybody to mess with it. Oh, what the fuck is that? Gross. Let me wipe that off. I don't know how that got there. Looks like flux or something. Oh, man. Oh, you know what it is? I think it's that stupid table that yeah. I gotta fix that. Anyways. I don't know why I'm cleaning this before I take it apart. It's a weird ceremonial thing. What's that, Baloo? I did not feel a thing. What sleep number is it? So it kind of acts like it's able to boot up. And before I got it to boot fully, so what my guess is, what we'll do is we'll power up the main. There's like a brain board, the main brain board. We'll power that rude boy up, and oh, I forgot the rest of what I was going to say. Never mind. Now we'll power it up and we'll look at it on the thermal camera, because last time it was really hot. And then we were going to check, we went through and checked everything, and then we powered up again, and it was really normal. And then we put it back in the machine, and it behaved normal, and I'm like, oh, high five. But there's no idea that we didn't do anything. So I figured maybe there was something not making, a perfect connection, or, maybe there's something off that affected it. But I don't know, to be honest with you. I'm pretty skeptical. But just for a heads up, guys, don't ever work on this kind of stuff. Anytime you have to work with AC mains and you're trying to fix something, just don't. I shouldn't be doing this, but I kind of have a way to stay safe from it. I have some ideas on how to avoid zapping myself. If you feel confident, then go at it. But just know that you shouldn't really mess with those. They're super duper dangerous. You only get one. You maybe get 2 chances to screw up, and it's just half the time it's not worth it to try to repair those type of devices. And in this day and age, I hate to be wasteful, but if it equals safety, I'm like, well, is it a waste? But this unit is a really funny thing. So if you look it up, it's like a $1,200 power strip. It sells still for around $1,000 and upward. And it's a stupid piece. I mean, there's nothing special. The client who gave this, he was in chat, and he's kept asking, like, well, where's the voltage protection? Where's the this? Where's the that? And I'm like, there isn't. I mean, these are rated to shut off once they reach that, but that's nothing special. This has a lot of woo in it. And as such, the humorous part is, if you wanted to buy this used, you could spend 1/10 the cost, because that's what they sell for. like $100 for a super heavy, difficult to ship power strip. Oh shit, there's one right here. Forgot. But it is cool, nonetheless. We'll for semi-education's sake, we'll fly over and explain what's going on in this rude boy, at least as much as I've been able to determine. And again, I'm speculating heavily and from a place of ignorance, so I very might be wrong. So here's our input side. Input side goes there. Here's our main power board. Here's our network card interface. Here's the network shit for it. And then beyond that, we've got our brain board and then our interface board here. Each one of these has a cap that corresponds to it. In some point, you also have these guys over here, have these big box caps. There's also these electrolytic caps. There's also these thermal coupled. There's a disc capacitor that's a large one, like a 400 volt or something like that. I didn't want to take them apart. And then they have what I think is a thermistor. I'm not 100% sure, but they're thermally coupled and wrapped in Kapton tape, which I've never seen that before, and I'm kind of into it. I'm kind of a little bit turned on by it. That's okay. It's okay. It's all right to get turned on by Kapton tape. It's a Kapton. Is it Mr. Mister?
Oh, I'm Mr. Mister. When I get pissed, you get missed.
Um, what else can I really go over? There's not really much to this. I mean, you're just getting the same circuit duplicated 8 times. What do we have? 2, 4, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. I think this might be the inside. Now, there's 2 of these have extra. These have extra current protection. I don't know what that means, but you're supposed to put like your amps. So this is for like a home stereo too. Did I bring that up? Yeah. Those are for like dumbass home stereos. And the reason that it does this the way it does, like it powers up, it staggers them. Like 1 goes on, wait a beat, 2, wait a beat, 3, and so on. The last one is hilarious. It goes to 7, and then you're like, oh crap, it's broke because it doesn't click over. And then like 5 seconds later, that clicks on. The reason I believe that this is set up this way, there's a couple things you can do with it that are nice, but I think the reason it staggers it is for inrush current. So, you know, you let your TV power up, your satellite speakers, you know, blah, 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 all this stuff, your DVD player, whatever the fuck. And then your stereo and your sub are on these last 2. So you let your, you know, you put your stereo on the very last one so that everything else is powered up, and then it comes on, and maybe you already have it juiced up so it doesn't pop or anything like that. That's the only thing I can think of. Even then, it seems silly. But I believe a lot of this design, the principle behind it, is inrush current. Which is like, if you ever look at the current rating on things, that's usually what they're giving you is the inrush current. The actual one will be significantly less, depending on the device, but it's usually not that bad. Okay, so let's see here. Let's do something really simple. Let's disconnect the network card or take the network card out. If there's something wrong with that, I don't think it would kill it like this, but what if? It's a very simple thing to do. We didn't even need to take this damn thing apart when I think about it now, but it's apart. Now we could disconnect this header here, but I kind of want to do both. Alright, here's this card. It's pretty. It doesn't say shit on it. It's got a sticker over it. ID, yeah, it doesn't say what's on there, but I'm sure we could figure it out if we really cared. Alright, so now we've got the network card out, and I'm going to plug this in again. I need to be careful, though. I'm not going to lift it up because I kind of risk doing something dumb. So I'm just going to plug it in from the behind and look at it real fast and see what happens. I'll tell you guys what's going on. Or what's going on? Okay, so now it's on. It's booting up. It's at 0.2 amps. It's looking kind of good. Let's see if it kicks on. Or here, let me flip the breaker switch. So before it wouldn't boot the breakers at all. I'm going to take my headphones out just so I can hear. There's 7. 8's live. Oh, you're kidding me. You're kidding me. That network card's the problem? No way. I don't even need it. Like, the card's cool and all, but it's not. It's like for stupid cloud proprietary software. You can telnet into this thing, but all you can do is set like stupid settings. Let's give it just a couple of seconds. It takes a little bit of time for this thing to eat shit. We could throw, we could put a load on it. I believe I can pull the cable up. Originally, I had the NAS on here, and that's not a huge draw, but it's at least about a half an amp when it's running. And that's what I did last time. I put that in, and it would boot up. Yo, what if that card's bad? That would be funny. I doubt that's it. I'm still seeing other little hints that it may be funked up, but we'll here, let's put a timer here. We'll give it set a timer for 5 minutes. We'll give it 5 minutes of running like this, and then we'll go ahead and just case it up and throw the NAS on it. We'll put a load and shit. I don't know. This is a weird thing because it takes a while for the problems to kick in. But once it happens, there's it just keeps. There's nothing you can do to unstop it. But this seemed to work really well. Oh, hold up. I heard a click. Oh, I think it was my fan. I think it was my ceiling fan. Sorry, the Betamax. Yeah, we could try to fix the card. I want to make sure that's the cause. I don't want to spend time trying to fix this thing if it's unnecessary. Because I mean, what if this thing works fine and it was just the randomness of this issue that this thing presents. So if anybody wants to look this up, oh shit.
What's all this then?
32 months? Damn. That's cray. That is insane. Oh my god, RJ, thank you so much. Did you try the thermal camera? Not yet. I'm trying to get it to... I just took the network card out just to, rule out things. And it's stable now. I put a timer on it, so we'll give it a total of 5 minutes, or more than that, of it just running idle. Before it wouldn't boot up or do anything in idle mode, so that's a kind of a good sign. And it's plausible. It would kind of make sense what's happening, but I mean, again, I'm kind of like I'm pretty skeptical. I'm like, I don't know, man. Seems too easy. This thing still, the screen's like funky looking. Like the LEDs don't light up very well. It's weird. There's other little bullshit problems with this, but oh, I'm sorry. I was going to bring up the model. No, the model. This is Panamax, Panamax. The model number is M as in Michael 4320-Pro, and this is the one that has the Blue Bolt card in it, which is the wireless card. RJ, geez Louise, 32 months. Thank you very much, mate. That's such a one. That's just a long time. It's very respectful. Very cool. You rock, mate. Yeah, this is like a fancy power supply for a restaurant or a home AV. It kind of makes it look like it's for home AV, like a home stereo, but I don't know. It's cool. The client gave it to us to fix, and he's like, if you can get it working, it's yours. And he used to do these installs for home like theaters and so forth, and he got one of these, and apparently this issue is not uncommon. But it, you never really know the whole story or what exactly is going on. So so this and channel whatever this is, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 are the same circuit. Good to know. Oh, wait, this might have it. No, it's always on. That's right. Doesn't have like a switch breaker. Yeah, there's a lot on this board to clean up the signal, but there's nothing on this board that I can tell is like, a breaker of any sort. These are all just relays. They do have limits, and I believe they break open when they are reached, but you know, everything else just seems pretty good old-fashioned power supply. Lots of cleaning, lots of yeah, just lots of caps for keeping it clean, diodes to for protection. All right, that's 5 minutes, and this thing's ran. Let's unplug it, and I was gonna see if it did anything funky, but it looks pretty good. All right, let's unplug this. Let's recap it, or relit it. It's just so dangerous to have this exposed like that. All right, I feel. Here, I'll put one screw on here just to, so it doesn't slide off or anything. Oh well, I'll dream about that. Oh shit, where did it go? Oh, there it is. Man, these screws like fly. I don't know what technology these guys are using. They must have like really amazing aerodynamics. Okay, let me grab. Let's see. Let me reach under here. I'm gonna have to grab this cable. So we'll put a load on this and see this. Now this is the same one that I was using earlier, so it should suffice. Oh shit, where'd it go? There it is. I think. Yeah. Oh, is this cable gonna make it? Little cable stretching, please. There we go. Ah, just enough. So we'll even put this guy on the heavy current leg. And it's also the last one that comes on, so it'll build the anticipation enough. That's a sign something inside is dangerous, right? I like that. I like that that approach. Okay, plugging this in. We're booting up. I'm reading the screen off because I don't have to hold it up, and well, I guess I could since we did that. All right, it looks good. I'm gonna flip the breaker. It's on. 1's good. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 8's good. Server is started up. I've got 0.8 current draw on here. Are you kidding me? We just had to take the dumb card? That would be awesome. I don't think that's it. Can't be that easy. I thought it stopped, but I think my mic just moved in a position where I couldn't hear it. Try to move this thing a little bit more off the table so I quit hitting it with my gut. For choose, like, honestly, like 90% of the time it's a bad capacitor. Like, it's easily one of the most common in, like, modern electronics. And it's even true with, like, older stuff as well. Now, with this thing, you saw how many caps, and you saw how nice and over-engineered. Oh, we booted all the way up. And you saw how nice they were. So it's pretty unlikely those failed. And even if they did, they're big old AC caps, so we would have had nothing coming out. But the caps on here and the power supply for all of this, well, that's quite a bit simpler and quite a bit more prone to failure. So it is very plausible that this thing isn't booting up properly and it was dragging the rest of the system down. The only thing is, I don't know. This thing's still a little wonky. It's a little weird. Like, the screen isn't as bright and it's not consistent. So it kind of, I I'm on the fence about this working, but we do have a 0.7, 0.6 amp load on here, which is pretty... Oh, you know what? I could put my Mac. That's a couple of amps. Why did you Oh, man. Shouldn't have had to do that. Can I make it? I can. Dude, wake up. Stand by. Let me make sure I'm putting this in the right spot. Come on, just a little bit more slack, man. Okay, now I'm plugged in. Let's see if I can get a little bit more. Oh, there we go. 0.8, 0.9. Can we break an amp, man? I guess not. Okay. I don't really have anything else I can think of to plug in here that's easy to get to. I do have a ton of things that run on electricity, but they're not easy for me to get to. Yeah, let's just leave it as this. Let's put the screws back in, and we'll just put it together, and then once we put the last screw together, and we're almost done, it should start to fail immediately again. How do I know this? Well, I'd like to tell you about a little thing called Murphy's Law. Barboda Slim. Do you have a fan? I do, but it's in another room. I used like earlier to try to throw a load on this. I did grab an old fume extractor fan that I have. That's an AC fan, I believe. But it exactly the way I thought. It's insanely efficient, so it really didn't give a crap about what was happening. So I kind of was like, all right, well, that was a waste of time. But it's worked, so, you know. I don't think the issue with this necessarily is the amount of current. I don't think that that's the trigger, because it'll do this problem without anything plugged into it. But I'm using these things to at least put a load, so just in case I'm totally wrong about that, I won't feel dumb. Hey, Caterpillar.
I'm a fan. I got fans all over the house. They all have cutouts of your face, but no eyes. I don't want you to see.
There you go. That's quality, creepy, and funny. Crunny, I believe is the word. Crunny? Crunfuntal? Well, why are these screws being so lame? I hate you, screw. Maybe I should be nicer to them? You fucking rock, screw. I don't know. Feels forced. Man, this one's like got shitty threads or something. I don't know. I'm just gonna keep screwing as hard as I can and shoving as much as my weight in until it goes. Just like lovemaking. Alright, I think I'm ripping the head up. So, just like lovemaking. Oh wait, wrong tip. I'm just gonna scooch along I don't want to spend too much time on that funked up screw. Oh, I think I know what's wrong too, so I feel dumb. I think the case was shifted. Oh, well, whatever. Still working at 0.9 amperes. That's pretty slick. But can it last? And how the hell do I get it off my table now? Do I want to take these? I think I'm going to leave these ears off just to thwart Murphy's Law a little bit. Because these things are totally unnecessary at the moment. And they're a real pain in the ass to take off and put on. Alright, I'm going to shut off the NAS because I don't have a way to... well, I think I might be able to sit in the push button shut down, but I'm just going to shut it down. Software. Alright. It is drifting off to that good night. I think it beeps when it's done. Oh, no, yeah, that's right. It just shuts off. It's just like that. Well, soon I'm going to grab me some more cafe. Reload that coffee container. That's my knee. Shh, it's fine. Oh man, I hope this coffee's still hot. It's kinda... I forgot to put it in my thermos. I'm picking out a thermos for you. Not an ordinary thermos for you. Yeah, I gotta drink it fast. Otherwise it's gonna get gross. I hate cold coffee. Alright. Let me plug back in. Alright, I'm gonna plug my Mac. It's gonna do that dumbness. So weird. Alright. And now I'm gonna shut this guy off. I'm gonna unplug him. And then I'm gonna put the card back in. Because if it doesn't work, if that's truly the cause... Oh, I forgot to show you guys the BS with these. These are funny. There's nothing there. Just there's no circuitry. There's nothing. It's just an illusion. I mean, is it upside down? I think I am. Yeah, I am. It's brilliant. Okay, our card is back in. I'm going to plug it in without anything attached, and I just want to see if we have our same issue as before. Here, I'll go ahead and hold it up. Although you can't really see crap. I'm going to power it up. Yeah, it dies. We have a repeat of our issue. I think this was what was wrong. I mean, the problem follows the card. So it could be more complicated than that. I don't know. But this card is integral to part of the boot up process. And it can't even do that. And sometimes it can, sometimes it can't. So it's possible, it's very possible this is the issue. So let's get this guy off the table. I don't think I'm gonna plug them all back in right now because I don't want to hang out under here and make a bunch of grunting noises. Now we could probably figure out how this card works. At least we could figure out where the power is on this card and meter it. Take a multimeter and just kind of probe for a short. I'm trying to see where ground would be. So these two lines tie together. And I think, well, maybe not. Where the hell is ground? Oh, it's the center pin. Okay. So here. Let's goof around on this sucker together. So I think the center pin is ground, because check that. See how it connects to that cap? And that cap goes over, and then we have this rail. And then that goes to that, and then this is all a big ground plane looking thing. It could be a power plane, though. You know what? I'm not sure. No, I'm not so sure. You know what? It doesn't really matter. As long as... It doesn't matter if it's a 99... I was reading your thing. 99% is the card. Yeah. It doesn't matter if it's the ground or the power. I just need to probe both and see which one is... see if what readings we get. They got holes in them. It's definitely... That's what they're used for. I didn't put it in diode mode. 0.5? 144. 144. So the power's good here. Oh wait, which I did it this way, so it makes it seem like this would be ground. Is that right? No. Okay, so I'm right. This is ground. So this pin, I believe, is ground, because this was my red probe, and I got the 0.4 or 0.5, which actually that is a little lopsided, isn't it? Oh well, it's not too far off. It's not wildly off. So our main power supply here is good. Now, this chip could be acting up. If I can verify, I don't know what the power is supposed to be on here. We'd have to either look it up or open that thing up and see what comes out. I think it's 5. Or no. Is it 3 or 5? You know, we could supply 3, and I mean, the worst... All we're looking for is failure inside this circuit. And if we give 3 volts, that should be safe enough. We could even go 1 volt. There's our regulator. So what size regulator is this? Maybe that'll tell us what's up. What does that say? 3869. I believe that 3.3 is the voltage for this rude boy. Educated guess. And I mean, this is probably... Well, either way, this chip is almost definitely a 3.3 chip. I'm not going to take this thing off right now. Here's our power. I believe this is all ground. Let's probe around. Let's see if we're right. So I'm going to put my probe on what I think is ground, and that should be shared over here, and we should get a beep because we're going to pass the voltage regulator. And we do. We get 0.33. It's kind of low, but whatever. 0. 0.4. 0. Oh, it's going to be... Oh, wait, what? Nah. Wait, well, hold up. Okay, now I'm on just continuity. Wrong side. That's our root. That's our boy. That's our road boy right there. That's not supposed to be that way. And look how fucked up this guy looks. He don't look hot. Looks like he's been see how there's like flux around there? You see how there's a little bit of yellow like it's pooled? That's from it getting hot. I'm almost positive. It could be other things, but look at how the rest of this board is. Look at all these other components. You don't really see that oval of flux, but right there you do. Now, it could be just because that guy gets hot naturally, but the fact that he's shortened out, we could do a 1V injection. That's not the worst idea on the planet. Yeah, because hold up here. See how this is set? So we have ground, which I believe that's what this is. And we have ground over here. There could be no, that doesn't make any sense. And then this is our voltage lane. Because see, you got these two dudes here, these two duders. So this is our 3.3 volts. Now I don't quite understand. Oh. I'm dumb, guys. I didn't read this. This is a fuse. That's a fuse. My bad. It's a Facebook, yeah. Okay, so that's not the issue. To be fair, there was a really nice glare, and I just saw what looks like a C in my eyes. I mean, I really didn't look very hard. So you know, I mean, but then when I started thinking about the circuit board, I'm like, wait, so this is ground, and this is ground. This is a fuse. So the fuse works. That's good news, right? Yeah, let's do voltage here. So we can let's inject like a 1 volt at this blue diode here. I believe that's what that guy. Oh no, he's a coil. Whatever. We're gonna inject it there. That looks like the safest spot. We do have those vias. I'm not too wild about. Oh, wait a minute. How does that jump over? No, it's still. Well, how is that set up, bro? Okay. So, anyways, we'll probe in here to get the juice going, and we'll look and see what's hot and what's not. Who's hot and who's not? Some say it's the capacitor. Some say it's the chip. Others say, coil, look out. We'll take our high fashion designer, Sid Heresy, with his Optimus Prime Tron t-shirt, out to find out the truth for you. Okay, yeah, we gotta set up the power thing. So let me get him going here. So here's our groundy. Oh shit, man. Come on. Come on. So there's ground. And then we've got our juice here, and we've got our little connector for it. I need to buy more of these. I can't. I need to find, like, where the hell you get these kind of things and they don't fall apart in our pieces of crap. Or maybe I'm the piece of crap. I don't know. It's very annoying. Because these things just fall apart when you stare at them too long. And I stare a lot. Like, too much, said the judge. How do I want to link into ground on here? Oh wait, I wonder if this this JTAG thing has a ground leg on here. Let's that would be cool, right? That would be dope. Here, I'll show you what I'm talking about. Oh, well, maybe. There, let me kick this camera down a little bit more. There we go. So, we've got this little JTAG programmer here, I think is what that's for. And I'm wondering if we can find ground on one of these pins. And we did. We found love. Now I'm going to check this one that I believe is the power one. Okay, so I'm very sure that's ground. Awesome. I'm going to hook this rude boy onto here. Here, let me see if I can get this be less intrusive, less in the way. All right, that works. And then we've got, I'm going to take this and rig this to be my little power supply or power injector. We're going to turn our beeper on. What do I got? 3 volts? No, we're taking this down, baby. We're just going to 1 volts. How much current? 1 amp's fine. Actually, we'll do 2. Okay, I think I'm cool to go live. Alright, so I'm going to take this camera out of the way here. I'm going to get rid of my overlay here. So hopefully this is going to be tricky, right? Alright, I'm going to try to do this like this. I used to have this camera mounted onto the oh wait, I don't want that. I want it right here. I used to have this camera mounted on the deal that the microscope was on, but that didn't work out. Alright, we're going to add power. No draw. Make sure I'm plugged in. Oh, Jesus Christ. Wrong thing. Okay, I'm going to add power. No draw. I don't see anything on the camera either. Let me add it at the input point here. That should be something closer to 5, but let's just see. Yeah, it's not showing a draw. Let's just see if we can get it to pull something here. Yeah, I'm not showing any current draw at all. And we're live, yeah? Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna take this up a step. I'm gonna connect my meter in with this this redonkulousness. Come on, man. Be cool. Be cool, man. So here's ground over here. I'm going to put this on voltage. And we're going to turn this back on. 1 volt even. Okay. Let's try this again. I'm not getting anything as far as current. Let me bump up the power. Let me take it from 1V to 1.5. There we go, yeah, 1.5 on the money. Happy as a bunny. The chassis is not ground? How many ohms? What are you talking about? I'm confused. Oh, there we go. So I do have a current draw now. I don't think we. I think that diode has like a. You have to hit a certain voltage. Like that's what that diode might be doing is. You have to hit a voltage before it will kick over. All right, I'm gonna add juice. No heat. Oops. Yeah, that's fine. Solid ground from the chassis. No, it is. The chassis, I mean, that whole fucking thing is ground. There's like millions of grounds in there. So much groundage. So you can't see the card when it's in the case. Well, you can't see it in the case. It's upside down. It's not. You can't access it. We have to access it externally. We could up the voltage. Like I said, this chip is a 3.3 volt chip. I'm almost positive. But I don't know if it's really the. I mean, it's obviously the cause of our problem, but I don't know what's wrong with it. So, and I really don't want to. I'm only fixing this for fun. I don't really care. And we don't know for certain that it's broke. There could be something with the interconnect. You know? I don't know. Man, this thing is crazy. But we didn't get any heat. We could supply 3 volts or whatever to the end. I think it's 5 volts. We could do 3, whatever. We could supply the voltage at that end and see, but I don't know. You know, it is, well, is it actually, if it got hot enough, that sticker wouldn't really matter. I don't know. It's an interesting one, right? It's a lot less than 1 ohm. No. I didn't measure resistance across the lay, but I got a diode. So I'm not too concerned about that. You know, because I did see. But for curiosity's sake and more, I'm getting open. If I bypass the voltage regulator, I get 11K, which is a little low. And then I get 500K. Oh, because I'm near the coil. There we go, 400K. Yeah. So I'm getting sufficient resistance. I'm not worried about that. I would have seen that anyways. No, as far as I can tell, there's nothing wrong with it. But when we put in that machine, the machine won't boot sometimes, or it'll stop booting after a while. It could be more complicated than just something like a bad component or whatnot. What the fuck is that? Is that like a print? I think it's a print. I don't know. Do I really want to try to fix this? I kind of want to put this thing just on its paces again, you know? Let me plug it back. Give me 2 shakes. I'm going to plug it back in. I'm going to put the dealy wop on it. I think I can safely just put this thing on the floor for now. And I don't think anything bad will happen. Okay, it's booted up. I'm going to start the NAS down here so I can put a load on it, and I'll have a sound to know when it's failing. And the nice thing is that NAS is pretty tough, so if it eats shit while it's on, it's not going to really be too bad, unless it fucking sends like a spike, which I don't think it can do that. Oh my god! Oh wait, that just started. Oh good, I was afraid the mustache you to groom was been living there for like hours because I forgot to look at the channel points redemption. I could use a good mustache grooming, honestly. Thank you. I think that's gonna put me in my zen. Hold up. This feels like mustache grooming music, too. Let's bump it up. Need to do a little trimming, don't I? I swear, it's a never-ending struggle. Keep that mustache nice and snuggle. Ah, it feels good now. Man. I used to do a little bit of the wax. It kind of keeps it down. I used to grow it all out, Ned Flanders it, but then my hairstylist or whatever, he like went and gave me like this, you know, went through and just pulled the comb and went back and just back combed it and just shaved it down from there, and it kind of felt good. I was like, I like how this feels. And, you know, it looks all right. I think it's thick enough. Oh man, that coffee is done, isn't it? It's cold as holes. Got all the coffee grinds out. Speaking of which, let me throw this coffee in the the out so I don't. Yeah, it's getting close to cold. Oh, hey, we got something in the mail. Might be something we have to solder tomorrow. But I didn't see this. Where did this come from? The hell? Germany? Huh? Alright, well, just open it and find out what the heck it is. Instead of trying to look at the customs form. Aha! Alright, well. Well, I'm afraid we'll have to save this. Let's see, what time is it? It's 5:05. It's probably smarter to save this. So, this is the fuck is this thing? It didn't even write the right name on it. It just says UF. Now it's not what it is. This is the... Oh shit, what if it isn't? What if I got the wrong thing? That's not the right shot. Okay, here we go. These are the LM5002s. So these are buck-up converters. And we have that for the 48-volt supply for the 500 series chassis. So we've been trying to get that 48 to work. I think it overextended it or it fell. I don't know what the hell happened to it. We replaced the coil to it and we replaced one of the load resistors on there, and it still won't work. So the last thing we had to try was like, well, maybe the buck converter got screwed up because there's not a lot going on. But this is one of those things I'm like, I don't know. I really don't. I'll be surprised if it works, but I'll be happy if it does too. So it's like a losing winning experience at the same time. Bittersweet, if you will. Like sour apples. Jesus Christ. Blah, blah. Oh yeah, hey, welcome in, Speed Razor. Yeah, no, you caught us. We just pushed. So far, we worked on the JP keyboard. We repaired. Well, so we worked on the keyboard. We shut that thing up. I gotta get the mod chip. I think is toast. So I gotta get a new mod chip and see if the guy will send it. I don't know. But the controller for it, I was gonna replace this pot. We took it off, but I don't have the value. It's 10K and all I have is 100Ks. Now I could put 100K on there, but it really doesn't matter because I still can't, it's still broke. This thing works. We could do that now actually. So there is like one thing I'm kind of curious about to verify this thing's working because it won't output any data. You have 4 pins. One's data, one's power, one's ground, and one's busy. And the way it looked like on the device, on the keyboard, busy is supposed to be high at 5 volts. But there's a mod chip, and the mod chip's not working, and so when you get to busy, it's like 1.1 volts, which I don't think is enough to trigger. I think not being busy or whatever is high. So this thing won't output any data, and I can't see anything coming out. And I thought for a moment this thing was fried, but I'm like, wait, I think the busy signal's not working right. But we could test that since we have the power supply out and everything. We could kind of maybe check on that. see if that's the true. But it is a little bit involved. And after that, we just finished up kind of signing off on this fancy pants power strip. It costs anywhere from $1,000 to $1,200. It's for like home stereos and stuff. It's really silly. And but the person who donated it, gave to repair, they used to do home theater installs. And so that's how they got this. It was it didn't work, so he kept it like, well, I'll check it out because it wouldn't be warranted and all that. Now, even though they cost anywhere from $1,000 to $1,200 or whatever, they resell for much less, about $100. And they're heavy as hell, so the shipping is like another $50 or so. It's really expensive. And when we opened it up, there's a lot of cleaning going on, a lot of power cleaning and whatnot. But what was funny is the client was like, I thought there was like circuit protection, and I'm like, well, in a matter of speaking, but if there's like a big lightning bolt or a spike in your power, there's just the basic shit you always have in here that's protecting it. There's no breakers or anything like that. In fact, I didn't see any breakers in there. I just saw relays, and those relays are to just shut off and do the power switch. That's one thing with it. So when you turn it on, it staggers the output. Each one goes like output 1, beat. Output 2, wait a beat. Output 3, 4, so on and so forth. Then it gets to 7, and it does that, and then you wait like kind of a while, and then 8 kicks on. And the last 2 are supposed to be your stereo, and so that's right. So you put the sub on the end because it won't pop from all the other things coming on. Same with the stereo. The stereo is probably going to be off, but subs are usually, that when you first power them up, they're usually live, and then they go to sleep mode or something if there's no signal. So anyways, it's kind of overkill. You can do more complicated stuff, like if you had like a restaurant or something and you wanted to zone your power, like to shut off an area that's not needed or doesn't need music or whatever, you could use it for that. Or in that case too, some of them have they're not using 70 volt amps, they're using just regular conventional amps, so you'll stagger everything out with that just so you don't pop a breaker. But it's working, right? Yeah, the NAS is on. It's cooking. It's looking good. I'll leave it on until it fails again, I guess. I don't know. That's so weird. Oh, so we troubleshot that, and we took it out one time. We took the brain board out and we powered it, and at one point it acted like it was shorted, and I traced everything and I powered up again, and it acted like everything was fine. So I never quite figured out what was going on there, but we went ahead and put it back into the system, and it worked fine. And then I powered it up one day to stress test it, and it lasted like an hour, maybe less. I didn't quite catch when it failed. And I guess I could have looked at the logs. I didn't think about that. That was the whole reason I did it. Well. But it failed, and so I was like, okay, we'll have to take a look at it again. And we popped it on the table. We looked around, and I'm like, one of my first suspects is this external card, because it has a little external. I was going to just disconnect the whole part of that, but I'm like, well, what if we just took the card out? That's easier, and it won't possibly interfere with anything. Maybe there's a challenge response or some sort of handshake that occurs with it that I don't know about. So we took the card out, and the thing works normal. We're like, okay, that's weird. All right, well, let's put the card back in and see if it stops working. Put the card back in, it stops working. So probably the problem. What's weird was I can't say for certain. Same with this component. I can't say for certain that's going to fix it, but wouldn't that be nice? Well, I can dream, can I? I can dream. With a bag of lies. But we did start troubleshooting this network card, but it doesn't seem to act like there's no power problems or anything that pop up. We didn't really shove juice down it. We just shoved like 1.5 volts because we had to trigger. I think we had to trigger this diode to even let it pass through. I don't think the diode was blocking it, and we did get a mild load of about 22 milliamps, which isn't too weird, but we didn't get any heat spots. We have our thermal cam, and we didn't get anything coming up as hot, even remotely. Now, we could jump up the voltage, but honestly, a short is a short is a short. You can maybe trigger it with a higher voltage, but it should just plop right the hell open once it starts seeing current and everything like that. Once it starts seeing the good stuff, it's like, oh, I'm done. So I don't know. DZ, how you doing, mate? Sit dog. Oh, I like that. I like that a lot. Getting that. I was gonna go get a tramp stamp that said Synth Wizard tomorrow, but I think for my 4th wedding anniversary, but I think Synth Dog might be a better way to go. I'll have to talk with Mike, my tattooist, and see if he's willing to just zoom in a quick dog for me. We'll see. Maybe we could do both. That'd be nice. Synth Wizard dog. Oh shit. Yeah. Okay. Me and Mike, we got a lot to talk about. Thanks for adding that in. Now my tramp stamp's gonna be sweet. It's gonna be like really cool old English letters. That'd make it look fancy and respectable. Oh, speaking of fancy and respectable, we have none other than my favorite fancy and respectable individual on this planet. My man, Mr. Chompers. Mr. Chompers, how you doing, buddy? How's it hanging? Who's got those tiny legs? You do. You do. Yes. You're like a little bulldog kitty. All right. Thank you for being so patient with me, buddy. Mwah. You're a patient kitty cat. Wait, no, you don't need the card. So the card is even dumber. Like, all it does is link up to this cloud-based fucking service that monitors your, it just seems like, yeah, I don't know if I want that. DZ, Big Chomp. Yeah, that's Chompers, Chompers, Safredi McChomp Chomp. The first. And only, really. Ooh, Battle Royale. Nah, new cat, right? You know. Yeah, I think he's coming around looking for, I don't know, maybe he's looking for snacks, maybe he's looking for love. Looking for love in all the wrong places. In my butt, that's not the really places that you'll find the love you need. You need to maybe borrow it from me or my neighbor Tony. Tony. Sir Chomps a lot. Yeah, oh my god. That would be fun. I like big chomps and I cannot lie. The other chompers can't deny. So funny story, the way he got his name is the person that I adopted him from, she got him actually further up. We'll just drop this name down. So he's a munchkin cat, and so is Grumpy Cat. And the person that had that was the owner or caretaker, whatever, for Grumpy Cat, she lived in Kingman, Arizona. which is not too far from here. And I don't know how many Munchkin cat breeders there are in Arizona, but I can't imagine there's very many. So I believe Chompers came from the same breeder as Grumpy Cat. Now I've since decided never to contribute to that. It's kind of a but a happy kitty. I'll give a home to a kitty no matter what, regardless. So all that being said, when the owner, I was working at this club at the time, or this venue, and I was doing sound, and every time she talked to me about him, she'd bring him up, and I thought she said Chompers, but what she was actually calling him was Chopper, because she thought he looked like a chopper motorcycle because his front legs are really short and his back legs, so he actually gets taller as you get towards the back end of his butt. It's very cute. And he always looks like he's even creeping more when he moves it. So they wanted to call him, she was calling him Chopper, but I just heard Chompers because it was always loud music and I always couldn't hear very well when she said it. And Chopper just didn't make sense to me. And I think at one point I even realized, like, oh, I think she's saying Chopper, not Chomper. But I was like, fuck it, I'm committed. I don't give a crap. So I finally get him, and I keep calling him that, and she's like, it's Chopper. I was like, he doesn't care, right? It's a cat. Get to the chopper! Yo, King of the Ocean, how you doing, mate? Still don't see the David Cross thing, but gonna roll with it. I guess if I lost, if I was bald. Kind of. Gotta kind of kick my head back. There you go, bald Sid. I think I'd look smart. I mean, I'm not gonna get rid of the locks. I'm just saying. I think it would make me look like I may or may not have the cure for the funkin' blues. You call him Fat Cat? Yeah. Oh, scheisse. Let me have a couple dabs. Let's see, what could we do? We could keep troubleshooting this. I'm kind of beneath it, and honestly, I'm not 100% that's the cause. It could be a cause, but I don't know if it's the cause, so I kind of don't want to spend too much time troubleshooting something that doesn't scream I'm broke. And for anybody who hasn't caught on, we ran power into this and everything, but there's no short. There's nothing popping up. It's not getting hot. It seems fine. So the only thing that's kind of weird is it has like a slightly asynchronous sort of diode thing, but there's a lot going on, and it's still well within range, so I don't think it's anything to like freak out about. But who knows? And this card is worthless. Well, it's not worth it. You can telnet into it, but I think I'd have to put like a block on this thing so it wouldn't contact the stupid cloud service, and then you can telnet into it, but I think all you can do is change settings when you telnet. Like, as I was looking over the manual, and it just looks like you can do dumb shit like just say which ones are going to come on, how long the delay is. It's like nothing useful, which I would like to know, which is like current draw on each one of those outlets. That's what I want to see. But the more I look at this, the more I'm like, yeah, dude, it's just going to be this dumb program that does about 1/5 of what you really want, and you're going to feel really stupid for wasting your time trying to set it up. And I believe me. But, yeah. God damn. What else can we work on? We could do a little bit of soldering, just to wind the day out. A little relaxing soldering. I like that idea. I'm signing up for that one. Just to chill out. We'll do a couple dabs, get that nice 420 vibe in the mind. Maybe put less than terrible crap music on. And Solder some resistors onto some boards or something. I don't know. Live that life. But I don't want to troubleshoot this anymore because I just don't. I don't think it's worth my time. Even if it is the problem, I'm like, who cares? I mean, it's kind of an academic, but as Northridge, I really like to kind of borrow from a lot of his attitude and his ways he applies to it. And one thing is, you know, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And if it fixed it, don't question it. You know? Well, maybe not those. I may have made all that shit up. But I mean, either way, it's just, it doesn't matter. It's broke. So tomorrow, maybe tomorrow, I may take tomorrow off. It's my wedding anniversary, but my wife and I would never do anything for our wedding anniversary, so it may not be a big deal. But we'll see. If not tomorrow, then Thursday for sure. We're going to work on repairing the 500 series chassis. We've got I bought 2 of those 500. Excuse me, the LM5002 chips. We've replaced the coil. We replaced everything on that, and it still won't produce 48 volts. This should do it. If it doesn't, I don't know what the hell's going on. We still have the other 48 supply for it as well that we can tack onto it. The only problem is it doesn't mount the way I thought it was going to. So I'm like, well, let's get this thing working, and then we'll take it step by step. Sid, did you get the diodes? Yeah, I have the diodes, but I don't have the transistors. I'm waiting on the transistors. That should be here really any day now. I was kind of hoping that's what was in that pack. But it should be here within the week. I had to order those from China. So they're going to take a little bit. This is the 4th. Is it? Oh yeah, it is our 4th wedding anniversary. Yeah, whatever. It's kind of nice to be in a relationship where those things are almost more important to me than they are to my wife. So, and it's just not because it takes off. I've been in plenty of relationships in the past where I've gotten in big trouble for really simple, light things, anniversaries or whatever. Or I even was like, "This is silly. What do you mean, the anniversary of the crazy girl?" But the Mrs. Heresy, quite different. Very, very, very practical lady. I think that's why we get along so well too. It's just really practical. I think we really figured out over and keep in mind too. We've been married for 4 years, but we've been together since 2010. We met in October of 2010. Yeah, 10. So we've been together a while, and we've really, I don't want to say figured each other out, but I think we figured out how to deal with each other, like the stuff that always gets on your nerves with couples and whatever. And I think that's the best part with my relationship with her is there really is very little to ever complain about. And in other relationships I've been in, I was weighing out all the stuff I had to complain about, like, oh my god, she. Oh yeah, I need to grab the board. Where is it? Oh shit. Is it not here? Alright. I'm gonna play funny, do you? Ah, here it is. In the tray of boards. If you ever want some... If you have a board with boards, here's some boards. 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 Oh yeah, we gotta program this. I gotta get the thingy for that. We can do that soon. I think I know how. I'm just really lazy about doing stuff I've never done before. Some say it's a bad habit. Others say Donkey Kong. Furious, there you go. Good to see you, by the way, Upshift. How did you meet? Oh, the Mrs. and I? That's gonna make me seem creepy. I saw her on, so I was doing a show. I was doing the show, my music acts. And, you know, this is a while back. This is, when was it? Yeah, this was 2010, but it was like a few months before we met. And I was like trying to promote the show, trying to get the word out. And I came across her Facebook profile, and I was like, you know, So I friend requested, and I invited her. She didn't show. And then like a month or so later, I can't quite remember exactly how it started, but we just started chatting online, and she seemed really cool. And honestly, at that time, I wasn't really. I was kind of like, not necessarily giving up on relationships, but I was kind of like, hey, you know, let's just try being a bachelor, man. You know, you got everything set up. You've got a good job. You got a good this. You got a good that. Let's just enjoy what we have on our plate instead of asking for more. And see how that works, you know. And yeah, and then we went on like one date, and we were just completely head over heels with each other, and then the rest is kind of history. We played it really low key. I remember when we first started dating, we were both kind of like, we didn't want to scare the other off, so we were kind of like, oh, you know, la la la, and but eventually, you know, it we kind of realized we were both crazy about each other, and yeah, we just kind of worked. We played it really safe, like. We really wanted to move in with each other, but she had a lease still to work out, and she had other things. I'm like, can we date for like a year before we move in together? Because I've had so many relationships where they didn't last a year, and you know, and we're stuck being roommates. I don't want to do that. It really sucks. And so we basically did that. We shaved it off a little bit because it just was, you know, we should have to sign a really long lease in order to keep staying, so we just banged down on it. But we did that, and when we moved in together, everything was really good. And I not to get too technical, but I came up with a bunch of different. I didn't. We came up with different things to kind of to help things out, keep things stable. We come up with different ideas and about the relationship. Like for an example, we both have separate checking accounts. Both have separate accounts. We both have jobs, so we both have our own money and whatnot. And our financial obligations are different, but you know, at the end of the day, our money doesn't get mixed into a big bowl together for one of us to get upset the other one spent. You know, things like that. We did stuff like that when we first moved in together, and I still do that way. We still have it that way, and I think. That kind of works. Now, obviously, if you just had a single income type relationship, that doesn't work. But she works, I work, it works. Yeah, a lot of people they kind of argue that you're supposed to do it, but you know, my parents kept separate checking accounts, and my dad even imparted it as like, he's like, I don't know, man, just seems like a smart thing to do. If you both work and you both make sufficient money, you know, like, you know, let's say like one of the people in the relationship is making like a ridiculously small amount of cash, and really isn't able to contribute or whatever, then in that instance it may be wiser to come up with something different. But honestly, it works. I don't know. I think about it, that's not true either. It really just works out well if you have something like that, so that you don't have that, money issue, because money is one of the number one causes of divorce, and that's the most disgusting thing in the world I've ever heard. Like money is the reason that you don't love someone anymore. Money is the reason that you guys can't be together. Money, an abstract concept that doesn't truly exist. Are you fucking kidding me? What next? What else broke up your relationship? Whether you were a Ross or a fan of Ross on Friends, or it's like, it really bothers me. So to avoid that, I do that. A good friend of mine, when he got married, I said the same thing to him, and man, they're still together, and it still works pretty well. So I think figured something out. What did we do on our first date? I mean, we ended up at a bar. I think that's what we did. I think we just went for drinks. She brought her friend with her. It was a roommate. That chick didn't like me. Did not like me. Like, warned Mrs. Heresy. She's so. I go to put my tab in at the bar, and my credit card doesn't say Sid Heresy, just so you guys understand. And she didn't grasp that it's a pseudonym. It's just an online name, and I think I even told her, like, here's my name and here's the name I use online. You can call me either. I think I'd already gotten to that part of the speech, maybe, or maybe later in. I can't remember. But her friend was like, this guy's pulling a con. That's not even his real name. I heard him get his credit card and blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, I told her later, I was like, yeah, is it a crime to have more than one name? I mean, it's not a secret. I'll gladly tell you. I was like, I'm not trying to pull a fast one. And even if I was, what a weird fast one to pull. Like, assuming no one's ever heard of photography. Anyways, it was good times. King, what are we fixing? So we worked on a bunch of different things today. We didn't really get anything. Well, we might have gotten the power strip fixed. We took the card out and it's working now. We worked on the JX3P. We worked on the controller. We need to order parts for both of those things. One of the parts will be easy to acquire. The other one is going to take some finagling on my part. But we'll see. I'm going to write the email tonight and contact the guy and see what well, I don't know if it's what they'll be able to pull off. And, oh, I just heard something click. Nope. Still rolling. And we fixed a crazy fancy power strip, maybe. We just took the network card out, and now it seems to work. And now we were going to solder a little bit of this rude boy. Let me see, I got that on there. Aww. This is, we've made a few of these. I soldered these ICs on for someone who came by the stream, and they were wanting some help with iron, using an iron to solder these type of packages, which are TSOP. I don't know if that's how you're supposed to say it, but I just do it. And that you can see the pin pitch is really, really tiny. This die size is about the same size as a TLO 72, but you can see it's a 74, so it's double the pin count. It's pretty crowded. So I soldered those on to kind of give like a little bit of an explanation. And then I was like, you know what? Screw it. We should put the rest. Oh, did we already do that? Oh, it looks like we might have beat ourselves to this. Yeah, we did. We did. And I believe This. Yeah. Oh, we just got to put these caps on, which oh, I wonder if we don't have these. It'll run without them, though. It doesn't need them. We could put the through holes on here. Yeah, I think we are. Man, I don't know. What the hell's going on with this? I totally misremembered what's going on with this. Because, yeah, this is basically done. It just needs those caps. Which I'm positive we don't have anymore. I think we just have one. Oh! Oh, man. This is going to require every ounce of brain power I have to try to figure out what that screen name is. Derech to Lands 69. How about 69? I'm going to call you 69. How you doing? Thank you so much, 69, for the follow. I'm sure there's a tutorial on that pronunciation. Where's the chipmunks?
Where's the chipmunks, man?
Alright, never mind. Let's start something different then. So we got this rude boy here. This uses a pi. That's why I couldn't figure it out. It uses a pi 0 on it. And I believe this is like a crazy sort of sequencer thingy or something. I don't remember. I just grabbed it because I have a problem. And I'm unwilling to do anything about said problem. So here we are. I think this does audio, though. I've got, like... Yeah, I've got audio in and audio out here. But it says GPIO, so some of this is going through a DAC. Oh, there's a firmware, too. Interesting. I haven't looked at this thing yet. I grabbed it, and I got it fabbed, and then I was like... I don't know. I was like, whoa, was I drunk or something? I don't remember this. So let's put the big boy dip packages on here. We've got a couple of TLO 72s, SOP. We got 3 actually. And then we have a 6002, which I believe we have. And then a 6004, which I'm pretty sure we have. We don't have... We may not have... Oh, no, we do have this 3208. But we don't have this this chip here, which I believe is... a ROM chip. Maybe. I don't know. I'll have to look this thing up. But we can easily put these... TLO 72s on. No problem. And feel the magic. Oh shit! Speaking of magic, I always... Jesus Christ. Never know. How to... I think I figure this out by now. Axe Deathrow, welcome in, by the way. I don't know if I said hi. I feel like I might have, but it might have been another day. Like, days are kind of bleeding together. But don't take it personally. It's most likely day bleed. Day bleed. It affects 1 in 10 Americans every 14 years. Ooh, shit. Look at that. I like that. Boom! You know what? We haven't done this today. This is a good way to start the day. Let's do it properly. And we do it every way. Hey! Just a heads up, it's about to get live. Let's go now. There we go. Let's fucking go. That was good. That felt good. On the inside and in between the sides. Let's go. Let's go. Ah, fire. I don't know. I'm sorry. I try to be as cordial as I can. I'm sure you guys cut me a little bit of slack. I always appreciate it. I need as much slack as you can give me, if we could be perfectly slack honest. But, you know, I foul up every now and then. Brunch noodles, thank you. Wait, ascend? I have! Wait, what are we talking about? Sid, you sure go through a lot of batteries for those ears. Do you use rechargeables? Yeah, that's what that is. I just swapped out the one rechargeable for the other. I bought these packs a while ago. I buy rechargeable batteries once every year or so. So I don't use up that many. Here's the one I have right now. Ugh. It says 5400 milliamps, but it's almost identical to the ones I had that reported 960. So I don't quite understand, but these are, what's funny with these is they have no roll off. They're just fine, and then it drops. And so normally the belt pack will detect when the voltage is low and will kind of do some things to warn you. And with the old batteries, like even when you charge them, you put them in and just say, this battery's gonna die. But you could get about 5 hours, so I didn't really care. These newer ones, they go almost exactly 6 hours. In fact, when it dies, I know to like check, like, oh, you know, it's almost 6 hours for the stream. But they're starting to whittle back. But it's not too bad. These are, I bought like a 4-pack, and I'm kind of happy with them. I might buy some more because they seem to be more stable than, where's the old ones I have? I might have tossed, oh yeah, here's one of the old ones. Yeah, this one says 650 milliamps. But honestly, I got almost the exact same, well, like this just didn't have enough voltage after a bit. But whatever. Yeah, I try not to trash batteries. I use so much batteries in AV that it's disgusting. It kind of hurts. You just have to like disengage that part of your brain that gives a shit about anything. Oh. What do you call an overconfident ghost? A bukkake. Can you see the belt pack? Yeah, sure. It's a ULX series. Doesn't really have, I don't know, well, it's the M1, but I'm not, you know, M1's technically not supposed to be in service anymore, but it's a Shure ULX. The receiver is a ULXP. They're like old school. Well, not old school, but like, shit. Pretty much the aughts, like a half, since 2005 to maybe 2015 or so, they're pretty much the status quo, and then Shure started making their SLX versions and their other ULX series. I can't remember what it's, or QLX, and that kind of just replaced the ULXPs, which is fine. That's like the main theme of my performance. Your road to hell is panels. See, I don't have any C batteries. I don't mess with that, thankfully. Yeah, exactly, Crawler. Yeah. So I'm pretty decent with my batteries. When I work in AV, I try to keep the A's, but honestly, they sit for too long. They'll just I had to clean up all these boxes of corroded batteries, like box after box, and there's like 48 batteries in each one. And they're all ruined. Like one gets corroded and it spreads like wildfire. Or maybe they were all corroded to begin with. I don't know, but I try to save them, but eventually, you know, there's only so long before you just have to toss them. And I've started just buying, you know, batteries I use all the time, like AA's and AAA's and whatnot. And if they're units that, like all those things are things that take a really long time to die, like a thermostat or a remote or something like that, I'll just put regular batteries in there because I feel like the usage versus waste factor is totally legit. But for rechargeables, I'll use those in things that have a little bit more of a power cycle, like a flashlight or whatnot. I'll try to go rechargeable because it just gets too expensive, and it's a lot of the time, some of those devices, it's very convenient just to leave it on instead of having to try to save up battery life. And if you have a rechargeable battery, who cares? Who cares? Nobody. Nobody cares, okay? Nobody cares. Shut the hell up. Move on. Jesus. I swear to God. I miss your jokes. Crestron. Oh my God. I fucking hate Crestron. Honestly, a lot of those companies, I can't stand them. They're just terrible. Their whole system is based off of like, well, who cares? I don't know. Anyways, I'm not gonna get all mopey about it. I'm gonna get more mushy. Oh man. Okay, I'm just thinking out. I was thinking in my head. I was like, I wonder if I could talk the missus into going out tonight and getting some
Spaghetti.
I don't know, I was gonna we have so our wedding anniversary is tomorrow, but she works the day after, so we really couldn't go out or anything because, you know, she's always worried about getting enough sleep for work and she has to get up butt ass early for it. So, you know, I don't really want that to interfere with our good time. Oh, I meant to grab these. Damn it. But if we party today, we could do that. Here we go, an MCP 6002. I'm going to put that over here because they're going to get confusing. We'll solder these dips on here. Oh shit, that one launched. Is there another one? 6004. We've got that. I think I want to get rid. Well, I don't know why I have that tape on there. Those things aren't sliding out at all. I don't know what the hell I was thinking. Okay, there's a 4, there's a 2. I believe that's it. This one up here, this MCP, I don't think I have. Oh, wait. Yeah, I don't have the MCP 3208. I don't think I've ever heard of that. That's the first time. Yeah, and it's not a CMOS chip, so let's just take it out of the rotation. We'll solder these kids on, and we'll say today was a good day. You want to buy one of those belt packs? So so if you're looking at buying like an old ULX system, are you just talking about the belt pack itself or the whole wireless system? Because there's two parts. There's a transmitter and there's a receiver. And they're not hardware locked to each other, but they do have an operating frequency that has to match, otherwise they won't work. But that's it. The old ULXs, you don't have to do any encryption locking or anything like that. In fact, I think they're still analog. I don't think there's digital. I don't know. But I don't think so. Oh, wired. Oh, the wireless. So there's two parts: the transmitter and receiver. Here, I'll show you. And hopefully, I'm not being silly here. ULXP. Combo. Let's just do combo kit. So they have the modern ones. I don't see the old. Oh wait, we got some old ones on eBay. Here we go. So here's the same system that I have. Oh! I don't have the handheld, but I just typed in combo. So this is J1. So here's the thing that here's the most important thing whenever you're buying used wireless right now. If you're in the United States, you need to be, this is as high as you can go. 590, the J1 series. That's as high as you can go. There might be one that goes a little bit higher, but you really don't want to cross over into 600 megahertz. You want it to stay in that range. And you'll see a lot of these things for sale that are over 600. They're 6 to 7 or even 700. Those are super illegal. Even though I'm using one right now, let's just argue it, but they're illegal because and they're hard to use because that band is been sold out. They sold it about 5 years ago to, I believe it's T-Mobile, and it's part of the 5G band. So that's you can't go into 600 now. I'm on 600, but I'm on like a dip in it, but it's getting worse and worse, and I keep getting cutouts. I'm probably gonna have to upgrade my system eventually, but this is you could usually find these for I don't know what did this go for? Yeah, I don't know about that price. That's not bad because that is the whole kit. But you can probably find them for less. That's pricey. But anyways. Hey, Booze. Good evening. Sid, must be battery week. I got nice, shiny new, and I need to do that. Pouch socket for the modular. Oh, nice. So we got a lot of stuff torn through today. We worked on the JX3P. We determined I need to get the new mod chip replaced, and I need to order a pot for the controller. We did get in a part that we were waiting on for the 500 series, so tomorrow or Thursday we'll work on that. We also worked on the power strip. It quit working over the weekend. I started doing the same thing it did before. So we pulled it out. We kind of troubleshot it for a moment, but we just did the old classic, let's remove unnecessary things. So we took out the network card for it, which is not even that great. Like, it sounds cool, like, oh cool, network card, but it actually it's some stupid cloud service that it connects to, and it's just like, and you can telnet to it, but you're gonna have to block it off from that external network. And when you telnet, it's like, it's not that great. You don't have like a ton of functions. It doesn't give a bunch of data. All you can do is set like stupid settings that I don't really care about. So it may be solved. I don't know. It seems too easy. Does anyone know how to add 2 webcams to OBS? Yeah, you should be able. They should show up as 2 separate cameras in OBS, and you'll just need to choose. Like if they're the exact same camera, you might have a problem. But typically, Windows will put like the parentheses and be like, webcam ABC2, and to distinguish it. But if they're the exact same, you may have some issues. But it should be just like adding another camera. I didn't know the whole sunrise goes in a couple of moments. I just saw a whole sun appear in a couple of minutes where I am. What the hell? It sounds like you're tripping. Hey Barney, good to see you, mate. Here, let's get a little. I wanna get the soldering. If I get the solder done, then I can go talk to the missus about maybe we can go out to eat. I'd like to take her for some seafood. We haven't had. There's this cool place here in Phoenix, where it's actually, well, it's in the valley really, but it's got some of the best seafood, and it's like a really neat little place. Yeah, I might do that. There's a couple. I know I'm being ambiguous because there's like, and I realize there's 4 seafood restaurants in the valley that could all fall into that range, but. We haven't been there for a while. It's okay. I'll put it this way. This is the one I went to where I proposed. So, because I took her to dinner one time there, and it was her birthday, in fact. That's why I proposed, because I didn't have a birthday gift. So I was like, fuck, I gotta come up with something. Went down the jeweler, got a ring, zipped back around, boom, birthday present taken care of. No, but we were proposed there. It was really cool. I'll be honest, I kind of choked up. I'd like to say that I did something really awesome and main character-ish in the restaurant, but not really. I did call the restaurant and I did tell them in advance when I made the reservation, "Hi, I'm actually planning to propose to my girlfriend of 8 years or 7 years. So would it be possible to get like a seat to kind of accommodate that? It's just going to be the 2 of us. It's very important." And I said, and I love to tip. And they're like, absolutely, absolutely, Mr. Hersey. And when we got there, we got this nice little corner table. And, I haven't thought about this in a while. Oh, this is going to tickle me. So we got this nice little corner table. And I remember we were finished with our meal, and I'm just like, when am I gonna do it? I gotta do it. When's the right moment? When do I do it? I know. Because it's a big deal, and you kind of don't want to you don't want to do it right in the middle of food because they're like eating. You want to fill your belly. So I remember we finished most of our food, and we were waiting on dessert, I think is what it was. And and she had her napkin. She went upstairs. She went up to outside to go to vape. She smokes not tobacco vape, and she went outside. And when she was gone, I was like, "This is your chance, dude. There's no way you're gonna get down on your knee in front of these people. It's almost rude. Keep it low key. Keep it cool key." And after those voices stopped speaking to me, I began to worry now. So I remember I took the key. I took the little ring, the little box, opened the box up, put it right there, and then I put her napkin on top of it, because when she got up, she put her napkin on the table, and so I put it there. So when she sat down, she would pull her napkin and to just be ready for dessert, and that's exactly how it went. And I really had like a little bit of a speech prepped. I was gonna say some things, but I I'm embarrassed to admit it, but it is what it is. I choked up. I could not get anything out of my mouth. I couldn't say anything. I just smiled. I was just. Mammy? Mammy? Yeah? Ah, it's stuck. I can't. I'll always look like this. Yeah, I wish I could say I did something really cool. I went to a couple of my friends that got married, and I asked them how they proposed, and they had some pretty good ones. And I was like, I don't want to make it a big deal. I don't want it to be too over the top. It's just not how we roll. But I think it was just the right amount. And then we had our rehearsal dinner there with my mom and everything. It was nice. Thanks, mate. I appreciate that. Yeah, it goes about everyone. Yeah, I just got I just got too excited. To be honest with you, I was so excited. And I've had this happen before. Like, one time in my life, I remember getting starstruck. It was, no one's going to know who this is, but it's the it's the artist FM Einheiten from the band Einstürzen Sie Neunbaten. He was on tour under a solo project for Invisible Records. And I remember seeing him, and he performed, and it was this amazing set. He played a fucking pneumonic hose. He just drummed on it, and it was so cool. And he was done, and he came. And there's not really a backstage at this place, so he just comes out, and he's got like a beer, and I walked up to him, and I was gonna say something, but nothing came out of my mouth. And my friend that was with me, she kind of did, but she kind of gushed too, and he just looked at us like, Guten Nacht, or he's like, Prost, and then took off, and we were like, It was kind of like that. I couldn't get my mouth. I was just so excited. There were like a billion butterflies, and I just couldn't get my body. It's like, I don't know how to operate the body. I don't even know how to move. As you get. Dropped my ring in a 10-foot of snow, and I was pulling it out of my pocket. Oh my gosh. That's a good one. That's a good one. Yeah. Well, nonetheless, I'm a happy dude. We're a happy couple. Worked out really well. And, actually we were talking about, I don't know, this is a little private, but I'll give you the broad strokes of like how we were chatting about how we've both really grown in our relationship, and then we've really been better each other. Like, I've done things, she's done things, stuff like that. We're kind of acknowledging each other, and it's kind of cool, when you think about it. Like, the only thing I compare this with is my best friend, who is the longest person I've really known, and I talk to not daily, but pretty damn near that sometimes. Me and my best friend, I think him and we don't talk as much anymore, but that's just because we're busy. We've got a lot of stuff on our plate, but we could pick up a conversation. Anytime actually we chat, we end up taking hours. And, but that's the only person I have to compare it to. Seems like a good move. Seems like I might have struck pay dirt. I gotta clean this syringe on the tip at least. It's just absolutely filthy. There we go. That didn't take too much work. All right. Yeah, exactly. She was happy. Didn't really matter. Didn't really matter. She was happy. That was the. She was happy. She said yes. we got married. We had a pretty cool little wedding. We went to we actually got married twice. So we got legally married at the courthouse because, well, for a lot of reasons, but the short and skinny is I didn't know what the hell else to do. I was like, we got to get married. We've been engaged for like 3 years. Let's just go down to the courthouse and get our license. And in Arizona, you can do that, but I ended up going to a little chapel, and we had a little chapel wedding type thing, and that was really nice. That was really fun. But that wasn't our wedding. That wasn't what I considered the day. But 4 years ago, so we went and picked this place out. There's this really nice area of Arizona. So a lot of people don't know this, but Arizona, you think desert all the time, or you think the Grand Canyon. But in between those two areas is actually a pretty nice medium, and there's an area called Show Low up. It's like up in the north, about halfway up through the state. And it's about 3-hour drive, something like that. But it's just beautiful, beautiful camping, beautiful countryside. It's everything I love about Arizona. Everything that I was like, I'm just going to die here. This place is lit. It's in Show Low. And so when we used to go camping when we were dating, and we went to the campsite that we went to because we kind of knew what to expect, and you could pick your site online and all that. So we went through and did that, and we went and scoped it out and all this, and we found this spot where we could park, and then we could walk down right to the lake, and we had our ceremony there. And we rented an RV so that everyone would have something to dress and change clothes into and all that, and then a toilet too for the ladies and whatnot, just to make it easier. Now there was restrooms on site, but they were like a really far walk, and it was still. I was like, well, why don't we just rent an RV? It'll make it so much easier, and people can use the can. And we just went there in one day. We went down there. We bing bang boomed with my mom and my father-in-law, and my best friend was my best man, and he escorted my mom down, which was really wonderful, really nice memory. And the person who married us was one of my best friends. He's married 2 other couples that are friends of mine, and they're still married to this day. There was one friend of ours that didn't, and their marriage didn't last very long. So I'm not too big on suspicion, but I'm like, or not suspicion, but superstition. But I was like, if it's working, why mess with it? And he's my best friend, so it sounds like a good idea. And so he presided over our wedding. It was wonderful, very nice, and I feel like I'm forgetting something cool. That's kind of it, Wasn't very special. There wasn't any friends or very minimal family because it's just extra work, and it was actually slowing down us getting married. Was trying to accommodate everybody else, and I was finally like, fuck them. It's our day. They don't really give a shit anyways. I mean, some people really love weddings, and they're going to be bummed that they missed ours, but that's their problem, not mine. And that's kind of how we just decided, like, let's just have a very small thing with I just wanted my mom there, and honestly, it's one of the only reasons I even had a ceremony is for my mom, so that she would have, she could see her son get married. That's important to her, and it means a lot to her. So I wanted to make sure she was, cool with that, taken care of in that way, and then, and I knew I wanted something really cool. So. After that, I think it was a few weeks later, we went and got our wedding photos made. And I scouted that location out. There's a really cool place down in South Mountain And I drove and drove, and I found the spot. I hired a photographer, a real photographer, and because I was like, this is a really challenging shot because you're gonna have to use, you're gonna need to know how fucking lenses work. And there's a lot of people I know that are friends on my Facebook who own a camera, but they are not photographers. They're trash in my opinion. So I got this lady. She's wonderful, and she did exactly, nailed it. Like, just looks perfect and everything. And we just went really, really early in the morning because it's hot, summertime. We brought another friend who is a hairstylist. She did our makeup, and kind of helped with the photographer as well. And yeah, we got some really nice wedding photos, sort of, or I guess they're wedding. I don't know. We got some photos of our of the two of us in our outfits, our wedding attire, and it looks really nice. I dug it. That's annoying. Been together 20 plus years. Moved up to the wee house in the Irons in 12 years. Have been married 11. That's awesome, mate. Very happy for you. Does the mic connect to the belt pack? Yes. So if I have a couple different mics that I use. I've been using this headset mic for the past couple months, but I do have just a lavalier, which lavaliers are nice. The only thing is, you really want to wear a collared shirt with it, because when you put them up really high for like a t-shirt, it just sounds like dog shit. And there's not a, I mean, you can kind of fix it, but I mean, it's still shit. The connection for these is called a, is it a TS4? I think it's TS4. That's not right. Ah! I think I need some more solder. So the connector I have, let me see if I can find the other mic here. Yeah, here she is. So the connector is, here we'll do it under the scope, probably see it better. So this is the connector. It's T4 or TS4. I can't remember. I think it's T4. I think it's the model number. It's a Shure. Just look up Shure Micro XLR and you'll find it. It's a 4-pin connector. And that plugs directly into the belt pack. Actually, I have another belt pack. So that's the input on the belt pack. Pretty, nothing special. Actually, well, I'll do it this way. Nah, I don't want to do it that way. It's fucking shitty. Resolute minimum? Yeah, it might be. Yeah, so King, if you wanted to get like a mic like this, or like a lavalier mic or anything like that, They're a little tricky, but there is a way to get it to work, but you have to get a preamp for it because the phantom power that these use isn't 48 volts. So there's not like a standard way to do it. They do make adapters, sure does, but they're very, very expensive. Like they're $100, $150 or something like that. And you don't want to knock off because the knockoff ones don't have the transformer and they won't bump the power down and you'll kill the mic. So you want to make sure you get the real deal one. But that's a downside. But if honestly, you know, if you want to if you forego the adapter for the wired version of it, it's really maybe another $50, $100 to get the receiver and the transmitter and everything if you buy them used on the internets. All right, it's getting late here. Yeah, no worries, mate. Take care. Have a good rest of the night. Thank you so much for stopping by. I'm going to solder these rude boys on. We've got about 3 or 4 more. And then I think I'm going to call it a night myself. And like I said, hopefully, maybe I can talk Mrs. Heresy into wanting to do something fun. If not, at least I got to get food in me. I'm starving Marvin. So, you know, if she wants to do anything or not, I'm going to go get some damn food. Oh, come on, bugger. There we go. There you go. Peace. You mean Cameron Richardson? I don't know who that is. Ah. Well, that's what I say, is like, you know, I was perfectly happy with just being a bachelor, but I met her, and honestly, I kind of tried to approach the relationship like, you know, maybe we can just be friends with benefits, you know? And, but I fell so much head over heels, I was like, fuck that plan. Screw that idea. That was a dumb idea. Oh shit, I forgot to clear up the, we got a dance party, we got an old dab from Axe Death. Oh, Axe Death, I'm so sorry. I hope you can forgive me. I couldn't.
I couldn't.
Alright, and the 6004. So our last one, let's put some goo on here. Oh shit, did I orient this right? Yeah, okay. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Because this one flips around, but I remember now that I'm like, oh yeah, that's why the text is upside down, so you don't screw that up. Look at that. Guessed right the first time. Ah, thanks, Firebrand. Take care, mate. 420. It is 420. Let's do it. So the mic that I have, man, what's the name of the company? So it's called a Countryman. Yeah, well, that's the name of the company. It's Countryman E6. Yeah. I don't know why I keep forgetting which buttons do what. I'll put you on 5. There you go. So this is a Countryman E6. Maybe. Bueller. Let's see. Let's go with, we're going to do a Shure connector. We could put the model, ULX. Let's bit of ULX1. That doesn't really matter. The code. Cable diameter, 1 millimeter. Color, we'll use we use tan or light beige, whatever. Flexibility, classic. Pattern, directional. And then sensitivity, standard gain for general speaking. Oh no, wait. Do we want W6? No, we want W6. Yeah, they're really dumbass expensive. Now you can buy them used for a lot less. But let's see if we can find an E6. So there's an E6. Oh, that's just, is that the cable? Oh, this is with the thicker cable too. So that's the connector. It's called a TA4. I was trying to see if I could find one on eBay. There you go. There's an. They come in these nice packs too. So if you do look for one, make sure you have one with these filters here. They have these little filter packs inside of them, and if you have that, yeah, you actually can get different. See how this has 3 of them? They actually give you different response curves. Yeah, you can see here in this photo. So this one is a +8 boost at 15K, makes it kind of crispy. I think I just have mine flat. I don't think I have a capsule on mine. Oh, now see, this one has this connector, and this is for like AKG mics, I believe. Working sold as is? Yeah, I don't like that. They've got a bunch, though, so who knows? Oh, right. But yeah. They're great mics. Well, they're okay mics. So if you really want, like, high-end, good, let's go over to the big boys here. If you want a really nice mic, you go with the brand DPA. DPA headset mics. We'll go to Sweetwater, so we just shop them real quick. Now I've used a bunch of these different ones. I don't know if I've ever used the 6066, but I've used the 4188 models quite a bit. Maybe I have. It's always confusing because their numbers are so confusing. Oh my god! Hey, guys! Get ready for the spaghetti because it's about to get crazy up in here. We got none other than Het Tennis coming in with that piping hot and ready or not. Big bop, no stop, bop, bop, bop. Let's go. Oh my goodness. Welcome in, Raiders. Welcome in, Het Tennis. Let me get some shoutins. Going on. Boom, boom. Let me pull up your channel. Let me see what y'all be doing today. 3 hours ago. Tuesday night, Linux. And Ansible. Is that Ansible? Is that right? Ansible Lab. Skills to get the job. Ooh, let's go. Linux stuff. Yeah. Now, I'm not familiar with Ansible before, but yeah, I know these screens. Yeah, let's go. Well, welcome in. Thank you so much for the raid. Did the stream go well, I assume? Can you get the ocean feel your PC? You know. Wait, there was a big post here from Booze. Just looked up the connections. Reslo sound, the Reslo pins have weird offset spacing, unfortunately. Yeah, and you know the other thing, Poos, there's circuitry in these connectors. So for like the headset mics, there's a resistor and a diode typically inside. It's weird. I don't completely get it. Working through engineering stuff. Well, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in. Anybody who hasn't been to the channel before, never seen us, we're an electronics channel, obviously. But our big thing is we want to get people into soldering. We want to help you out with learning to solder, learn to make stuff, and all that. We're big believers here. All you got to do is try? No. Well, yeah, try. That makes sense. But, yeah, welcome in. So if you have any questions about soldering, you're interested about any of that, feel free to ask. Today has just been a very weird, busy day. As far as the stuff that we worked on, so that right here, we're just chilling and soldering. We're just soldering some components on this board that I'm like, let's just do that for a little bit to wind down the night because I don't want to start a whole new project right now. I don't want to fish out the parts and everything. I need to prep it. But I'll go over really quick. We worked on a JX3P from Roland. This is an old keyboard from 1982, somewhere around that. We had date 82 and 83 date codes on there. But we installed a while back a mod chip on it, and there's a external controller for it as well. The client had a bad knob on the external controller. Here, I can actually bring it out. And one of the pots was bad, and so I went to go test it, and this system basically was like there's no keyboard attached. And it kept acting weird. Through troubleshooting, we pretty much determined that the mod chip must have saw 15 volts or too much voltage. Something happened where it just zapped it and it's not working anymore. So I'm going to contact the maker of the mod and see if they'll be willing to either maybe send the code so I can just reflash one myself, or if I can have them mail me out a chip. We'll do that. When will you play with the guitar, not the bass? We could go back to guitar. I don't have anything set up for the... The nice thing with the bass is I can just go direct in, and I don't have to have any preamp at all. It sounds gorgeous the way it is. With the guitar, you got to put a little bit of love on it. But okay, so that was the keyboard, and then we took the knob off of the pot, or we took the pot off, and I thought we had one, but once I got it off and looked, here it is. It's 10K, and I don't have any 10Ks. Check out how this thing failed though. It's pretty slick. Cracked right inside. I didn't do that. I didn't do shit. I didn't do any of this. I didn't fucking do it, man. Sorry, I've been watching a lot of I Think You Should Leave. Tim Robinson stuff. But, what else did we fix? Oh, and then we had this Fancy Pants power strip. From Paramax, or I don't remember. We worked on it, and I thought we fixed it. We took the brain board out, we troubleshot it, and at one point it got hot, and then it stopped getting hot, and it didn't work. I didn't know what was going on. So I'm like, oh, cool, it's fixed. So I installed it into and put some real testing on it, and it ran for a few hours, but then it started failing again, and it wouldn't recoup. So we brought it out, and we cracked the top, and we looked around, and I'm like, well, you know, as much as I would like to have a power strip with a network card in it, let's just take this network card out so it's not a problem starter. Took the card out, problem went away. Tested it a bit. We're like, that's weird. Okay, well, let's put the card back in. Problem came back. Took the card out, problem went away. Okay, I guess we're not doing this anymore. And to be fair, it's not as cool as you think. It's this stupid cloud service, and you really don't. It's not like ideally you'd have this thing just serve you up a little web page that you could go in and check, but it doesn't have that. You can SSH into it or Telnet into it or whatever, but you can't do anything cool. There's just you can just input settings. There's no way to get data back, or none that I really noticed. So you can confirm your settings. That's about the only data. But you can't get like current loads or anything like that. So it's really not a huge loss. We did try to troubleshoot the card, but the card seems to be fine. We didn't go nuts because I didn't want to spend a lot of time on it because I'm like not 100% that's the problem. But we gave it juice and nothing. We put on a thermal camera, nothing lit up. The load on the current was normal, and nothing looked weird. I'm like, all right, let's just not mess with this. Let's put it away. I've got the NAS running on it right now. It's about a 0.7 amps, so 700 milliamps, somewhere in that range of a draw on it according to it. It has like a little meter on the front. We'll see. If I can get it to run for days and days and days and forever, then I guess I'm going to call it. But for the time being, it's cool, but it's weird. It uses a ton of current on its own just to freaking operate. It's like a half an amp. It's or at least it's anywhere from a third to a half an amp. I'm like, do I really need that? I mean, seems dumb. Give me bass or give me death. Well, you know, bass is the place. Wait, space is the place. Thank you. Sun Ra. They didn't believe in us. So, I'm trying to clear off these dabs on the channel points queue. And we're just doing a little bit of soldering. I think it's the last part that we're going to solder on, but I was kind of, you know, in my space. My headspace. But welcome in. Man, this has been a really... I've been busy. We streamed last night from 11 p.m. to 2:30 a.m. And then the night before, we streamed at 8 o'clock till 9 o'clock. Actually, no, we streamed from 6:30 to 9 o'clock. The day before that was Saturday. We had a regular 7. I think it went long. Actually, I think Saturday was late. I think it was like a 9.5-hour stream or something ridiculous. So, gotta watch the fuel tank there. Don't wanna completely empty it in one go. That sounded disgusting, didn't it? Sorry. Smoke the gas? Now that is an idea. That's probably the best way to do it. Man, I keep coughing like there's something in making me cough. I don't know what's up with that. That's weird. That's weird, man. Yeah, I kind of want to go play some pinball. Blazing Bowls. Ooh, let's go. I like jokes like that. I don't know. Some people say it's lowbrow. Some people say it's childish. I say, fuck you, you fucking fuck. Get to my point across. They shut the fuck up. Everybody wins. Now, welcome in, mate. Thank you for that follow. I tell you that one thing though, from streaming so much the last few days, our follow count has really grown. We are at. Are you ready for this? Y'all ready for this? That was how the stream announcement was supposed to sound like. 4,544. 44. That's right, baby. 44. And I don't know if you guys know this. The way Twitch does the front of your page, it will round up once you hit 50. So we're currently, it says 4.5. So 6 more, 6 or 7, 10 more. There's a lot of attrition that occurs. That'll put us at 4.6. Honestly, a tiny milestone I put for myself early this year. There was a stream that I really admire, and they had about 4.6, and I noticed I was kind of closing in on their numbers, and I was like, no way. Wow, well, if I pass them, if we pass that number, then that's something that's a mark. That's something you could clearly mark as like, hey, not too shabby, bro. Not too shabby. And a little patting on the back and whatever, keep soldiering on. But, you know, sometimes you need little markers to know whether or not you're wasting your entire time. And although I don't know if that really clarifies it or not, sure is fun. God, I just say nonsense sometimes. I'm so weird. Blazing Bow loves Mexican food or Thai. I'll tell you right now, the most painful experiences I've ever had is when I've gone on the road with this one company and the boss loves spicy hot food and he goes to Thai restaurants and he like as hot as you can get. And I try to keep up even though I have no tolerance for spicy. And I end up just like being miserable the whole time. I will say later on it is mega miserable. Oh my God. Yeah, man, that's one. I used to have this client and that was their thing. And then I don't know what happened. They kind of went away, but I started thinking about it later, and I was like, you know, that's not a bad thing. I mean, it's too bad you lost a client, but they were kind of a cheapskate. So, you know, sometimes that's not really somebody you want to work with, who's like always thinking about saving their money and not caring about your money. I mean, I get it. It's business, it's econ, it's how this game works, but there's a threshold. And you want to watch for it. Great blowjob. Let me show you how it blows my nuts. Oh yeah, we got that. This thing's great at blowing. It does the best job at it. The best blowjobs, yes. That's even in the name. Look at that. Best. And I can't read whatever that is, but I believe it says blowjobs. Pretty sure. It's a language thing. Like in China, blowjobs does not mean what it means here. Here in America, it is a sexual act that, oddly enough, very ironically enough, has very little blowing involved. In fact, you really don't want to exhale if you can avoid it. But obviously, this gives the best blowjobs. I'm not even sponsored by them. I'd like to, but I'm afraid how their payment system will work. I feel like they're not going to pay in money. Oh, we don't use money. No, we use something much more lucrative. Blowjobs? Yeah. I figured. I saw the sign. It opened up my eyes. I saw the sign. Got busted translating on my phone. Oh yeah, that's a good point. I never tried that, honestly, on my phone. Funny video, you follow me on Instagram. Awesome. Yeah, really. I always thought that one, I almost took that one off because I was like, man, this is so childish and lowbrow. Like, I'm almost embarrassed. But but a little tiny piece of me is like, don't be embarrassed, bro. That was a good joke. No one would tell that joke. You told that joke, and it was good because the nuts were blowing all over the place. That was the best part. You could blow nuts. And that wasn't like special effects or any editing. That was real. Real nuts were blown across the table by just using this best blowjob device. Here, let me see if I can find. You're laughing. You're lulling, but it's serious. So, all right, this may not be a good example. Let me see if I can get something a little bit with the. Oh, well, no. Oh, here we go. Screws. These are the rack mount screws. Can the best 1-888 blowjob master, can it move this screw? Let's find out. I'm going to go for the underhanded grip. I find the underhanded grip, whenever doing this, tends to give the most solid delivery and the most even delivery. Notice how I'm not putting any less pressure anywhere else. Like, watch. And then I'm able to just squeeze it like that. A continuous, nice, consistent blow right out of it. Oh, there's like crud coming out of there. That's weird. All right. Well, let's see if we can get it to go. Let's start back for a little bit. Let's give it a little bit of... Oh, it might have met its challenger. I think I might have whacked it, to be fair. Nope, that's for real. Look, that's real. That was real. All right. Definitely need to see about getting a sponsorship. I can make videos about how to hold it properly. Because, like, if you hold it like this, you know, I don't know, it kind of works, but it just doesn't feel as good, you know? I want it to feel good. That's like half the fun of when you're blowing with yourself. We have light. Oh wait. Oh my God. Are you quoting? Now you're just quoting. You're quoting clips from the Grams. All right, that's not too bad. Let's give this guy a nice little quick clean. And let's see. I'm gonna chop this up into thirds here. Oh man, yeah, I gotta get some to eat soon. I got that hypoglycemic feels. Hate that. It's because I quit drinking soda. Well, not completely, but I'm weaning myself down severely. Because terrified I have a kidney stone. Stones, or worse, a kidney mind. An entire stone that has developed consciousness, sentience, living inside my kidney. The stone, malevolent, evil, darkness is its only friend. But it wants the light, and it will stop at nothing, not even your Yoretta. It will pass, and it will destroy. Starring Tom Cruise as the Stone. Nah, kidding. Be Tom Selleck. He's older, he'd be a better Stone. That one was funny. Oh, I'm glad you liked it, mate. That's awesome. I never know if people, you know, I just assume people dig the content. You know, people like stuff, but some people comment and they're like, oh, that's really good, you know, blah, blah, blah. But one thing that kind of sucks about, you know, doing comedy like that, and even doing comedy on stream, is like there is no reaction. You know, like if you're in front of somebody, or if you're on stage or whatever, and you tell a joke, everybody, you hear that laughter, or you hear the dead air. You know, even that, you know, it doesn't land. Those are all like really useful info, and it can really, it's also like kind of the high that you get, you know, every time you tell something funny and you say something that lands and you get a laugh. It's just like, yeah, yeah, yeah. It's like, you know, your He-Man growing or whatever. I don't think if He-Man grew, did he? Anyways, but the one thing that's kind of a bummer with doing, you know, memes and internet, doing a lot of internet humor like that, is you just don't really get to hear the lulls. You don't get to hear them at all. You see them, but that's not the same thing, you know. And honestly, as someone who really loves laughter, like I really enjoy laughter. Like, one of my favorite things in the world to do, next to, well, actually it's probably one of my top favorite things, is making my wife laugh. Her laugh is awesome. It is probably the best laugh on the earth, in my opinion. I know I'm biased, but honestly, like, her laugh is just the best. But I remember when I was a kid, I used to love making my dad laugh. I just love the sound of laughter. And if it's a joke that I made up, that's cool. If it's a joke I'm retelling, it didn't matter. I had to hear that sound. And then, you know, like when I was younger, I even got into comedy a bit and kind of explored it. And you know, my dad took me to some comedy clubs and stuff. And yeah, it was infectious. It was infectious to me. But then I got into guitars, and I kind of forgot all about that. And I do remember distinctly going, all right, Sid, you got two choices, buddy. You can't be both. You can't be doing comedy and doing music. You can't pick a lane. Okay, you can't drive down the middle. And so I kind of put my eggs into the learning guitar and and learning music, so forth, like learning a band stuff kind of things. And but I've always wanted to do comedy, and that's one cool thing with Twitch that's really allowed me is I'm able to make funny videos and tell you guys funny jokes. Some of them I make up in advance. Some of them they just form from the great vibe and energy that we all culminate here. I think it's because a lot of you guys have the same sense of humor, or it's very, very, very close, and it all just kind of gels. So it kind of works out. It's the best thing. But I've been thinking lately, like, could I do stand-up? I've thought about it a little bit, and I've done a couple of like quasi-practice things, but it's such a hard thing to do, and it's one of those things. It's like soldering, you're not going to do good your first time you go up. You might do it right, and maybe not so bad for a first timer, but there's still going to be those growing pains and that learning curve. And I kind of half in my mind, I'm like, well, what's the point? Where am I going with this? But again, I just said, I love laughter, so maybe just making people laugh is good enough. It doesn't have to go anywhere further. And I love writing comedy too, and so forth. And I'd love to. I thought if I could do some stand-up, I might be able to meet other comics and be able to find someone that could be like a good writing partner. Because I can write stuff, but I've learned in the past a lot of really great comedians that you think are like all by themselves. A lot of them had writers, and a lot of them worked on either their material for their stand-up or later on material for television and whatever, or movies and whatnot. They would go in together. So I feel like that might be my best way to go, is to find someone that I work well with in a comedy sense, and try to exploit that for fun. Johnson's dick cream, hell yeah, I love that shit. Put that shit in my mouth. We have light. But for how long? And for how much? Gotta roll. Yeah, no worries, Upshift. Have a wonderful night. I have no problems getting up in front of a crowd in most ways, but the idea of doing stand-up terrifies me. Yeah, I have no problems. Like, I've been in bands forever, and I used to do theater when I was a kid, when I was a young kid. I have no problems with being in front of a crowd. But there is a certain thing that makes stand-up really scary, is you don't have any control over the crowd, and they can come after you. And how you react and how you work with that is something that I've never quite reconciled. You definitely don't want to screw up and pull like a Michael Richardson thing, Kramer. You don't want to pull one of those. But what's that game? Steve Hofstetter, I think is his name, or Hofstetter, I can't remember. And that guy, you kind of want to ascend to that guy. I mean, that guy's like, I don't even know if he's still doing stand-up, because he probably has a problem where nothing but people come and heckle him. I feel like he's now just created a whole career where people are just going to heckle him. He's not going to be able to do his stand-up. Or that's going to be the show, is like, oh, we're here to get torn apart by Steve. Oh, we got a dab on the dab menu. I love it. He just kicks him out. Yeah, and I figure. Because that's the way to deal with it, too. And he, he's a big enough comic these days that any comedy club he plays at, he'll be like, hey, just so you know, blah, 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 blah. You're like, yeah, we know, dude. We hired a couple of extra guys to come in tonight for security, just in case. Thank you. Sorry for the inconvenience. No. The sellout crowd was worth the inconvenience. Don't worry. That was a good one. We have together for so long. We here together for so long, you know rules. I don't get that. Sun's starting to creep over the horizon. Damn. Well, that's probably a good time to end the stream. Otherwise, I'm just going to be yanking your chains. Well, like I said, we might be back tomorrow. We'll almost definitely be back on Thursday. I'm just not sure. We'll see how it goes. But hopefully I'll see you guys tomorrow or Thursday. I'm going to Game On Saturday. We got our new fancy pants tripod, so we should be able to get some nice shots of pinball and arcade games. I want to play some arcade games, so I'm going to bring that rig with me and take a bunch of just video footage with it on the first day on Friday, and then test my internet, make sure it's all good, see if there's a Wi-Fi channel, see how good that is, all that crap, and then Saturday I'll go down and we can stream from there and have a good time with that. You know rules. I'm playing Synthon tomorrow. Oh yeah, definitely, guys. Let's just show some love for the Dowie here. Great mod for our channel. And also streams as well. And we'll be doing some Synthon. Speaking of Synthon, why don't we raid on to that? I think it makes perfect sense. And if you guys are not familiar, if you don't know before we head in, this is a raid train from a group of awesome people called the Golden Shrimp Guild. It's basically a Discord channel, but it's awesome. They're really amazing people, really awesome stuff. I implore you, if that's something you're into, hit that. Eric Johnson 68 with that follow, mate. Welcome in. They have almost nearly monthly raid train. We're gonna raid into that, and it's gonna go on for quite a while. I can't remember what day it ends on, but it's usually 3 or 4 days long, and it's non-stop. It doesn't beep, beep. So anybody, if you're over in Europe, if you're in the States, if you're in Australia, South America, Africa, China, Russia. Well, I don't know if they get Twitch in Russia, but either way, power through that wall, make it happen, Captain. We'll be there for sure. And you're able to watch all this fantastic music from these fantastic artists, and follow those. Add some great music into your follow list. We're going to raid into Nox Moderato. I probably messed that up, but I mess up so much. It's kind of like breathing. Yes, I saw them. Antarctica. There you go. Well, is there anybody there? I don't remember. Thanks, Sid. Thank you, guys. Today, and these last few days, you guys have just been awesome. You've brought the funk and the noise. I really appreciate it. I know I had some weird scheduled times and trying to keep with the regular times and all that, and you guys have really been awesome with it. I really appreciate your patience, your coolness, and your vibes, man. Your vibes. I say it all the time whenever I explain to people about what, you know, other people in my life, about what we're doing. I just point out, like, we just have the most amazing community. Like, you can just get into this and the community will, you know, me and everybody else, we're all here, we're all on the same kind of page. It's really, I don't know, it's pretty remarkable to me, and it keeps growing here and there, little bits, little tiny bits at a time, and that brings me great happiness to know that we're finding more and more people, that we haven't reached our limit. There isn't only 14 of us. There's probably 1,400, 14,000, 14 million. I don't know about that, but either way, we definitely need to hang out and solder. And here we are. We're no strangers to love. You know the rules, and so do I. Any other guy. Yeah, I love that. I can't remember how I messed it up. I like started butchering the lyrics into nonsense, but I don't remember what it was. Never gonna fuck you up. Never gonna eat some rocks. Never gonna turn some socks into Pikachu. Yeah, there we go. I still got it. Only saw one stream from Antarctica. Was a dude at a scientific research station playing guitar. It's cool that they got the web over there. All right, guys, we're gonna head out of here. Wait, is that the right name? It is not. I was about to raid into the wrong one, so there you go. I was like, that's not the right name. There we go. Raid is on. Mates, thank you so much for a wonderful night, for a wonderful week. Uh-oh. Bad time for a boss battle. Aliens. All right. Take care, guys. I'll see you soon. I'm sorry. I wish I could refund you the points, but I don't have a way to do that. Oh well. Yeah, I can do. Yeah, we could do a cancel, but yeah, just do boss cancel. All right, guys. Let me throw this up here so we can look official. There we go. It's like a fancy production with lights and stars and antelope people. I love antelope people. All right, take care, guys. See you soon.